Good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series for the third and final day of Group A action. By the close of play today, we will have our first name through to Saturday night's finals night. At the moment, it's Neil Duff who leads the way at the top of the table. So let's remind you of how he got there yesterday. Marvin van Velzen overturned a 2-0 deficit against Adam Hunt in his opening match, but it proved to be his only victory of the day. Bradley Roos made an explosive start in his opener, reeling in the big fish against Duff, but going down 4-2, he was left berating himself for much of the session. Adam Hunt certainly looked more settled on Tuesday, but still has a lot to do if he's to muscle his way into Group B. Stuart White won 3 of his 5 yesterday, but this 3-figure out his only finish against Hunt. Niall Cullerton surrendered top spot on Tuesday, but thanks to some clinical combos like this 1-3-5, keeps the pressure on the man leading the way. That is, of course, Neil Duff, who completed the perfect day, winning all 5 matches, putting in a real marker against this man right here, Adam Hunt. It was an average just shy of a ton in this one. Yeah, really impressive over the course of yesterday's day's play. We were waiting for so long, weren't we, for a player to put a marker down. It was Neil Duff. Do you expect him to maintain that level today? Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised if he kicks on and is a little bit better today. Maybe not at that top end, because that performance where he was just shy of a ton for the vast majority of that game, he was around the 105, topped out at 106, ended with 99.39, I think, in the end. Very, very solid. Had a couple of averages. There was one that was around the 80 mark that, although didn't lose it, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose. But I think we might see something a lot more solid from him today. But yesterday was very, very good. Yeah,
and when we have a little look at the league standing, it is, of course, the 2 young Dutchmen who are 5th and 6th at the moment. They were berating themselves throughout the course of yesterday's action. Do you expect them to be learning quite a lot about themselves this week, though?
Yeah, well, we sort of expected that at the top of the show yesterday. We thought they were going to struggle yesterday because predominantly the Tuesday is where we see the more experienced players sort of try and put down a marker, which Neil Duff did. I think they've just got to come in today, very much have the attitude of I'm free rolling and just try and enjoy it, because when you do berate yourself that much and you're so negative, it's just mentally exhausting.
And we can have a look at some of the numbers yesterday. No surprise to see the average increase slightly, but it's that finish-in checkout percentage that's really risen from 25% up over 30. Now, that's largely thanks to Adam Hunt, who put 10% on his finish-in yesterday.
Yeah, the finishing was a massive issue on Monday. I can't remember so many players missing so many doubles. You know, you get the one player doing a match, but both players were at it on Monday. A lot better yesterday, and an overall running average still below where we would normally expect to see it, only at, well, just shy of 81. The high yesterday, 99.33. He also had a couple more averages in the 90s yesterday, Neil Duff. So no shock that he ended day 2 at the top of the table.
Yeah, I was going to say that overall average dragged up, really, wasn't it, by Neil Duff and what he produced. But let's have a look then at the betting odds. Of course, only 4 players now in with a chance of topping Group A, but it is realistically, you would say, a battle between Niall Cullerton and Neil Duff. Surprising, would you say, to see Adam Hunt at 33-1?
Yeah, considering he started off on Monday morning as the outright favourite to win this Group A. I think if he'd have beat Niall Cullerton in that final match of the session, and it has to be said, Niall was very good. He averaged nearly 95 in that match. Then he may have been a lot shorter than the 33-1. But I agree. I think it's just now a shootout between Niall and Neil.
Yeah, I think Adam Hunt's got a lot to do if he is even to force his way into Group B. Let's have a look then at Aces ACCA for the 3rd day of Group A action. Talk us through your selections. Again, just over 5-1.
Yeah, I think Cullerton is going to have a good day today, so I've gone for him minus 2.5. So to win 4-1 or better against Van Velzen at 11-10. White to beat Rose at 8-11, and most 1-8 is Hunt against Van Velzen at 8-11, pays over 5-1.
And Van Velzen up first against Roos this morning. What would your advice be to these 2 players now? Of course, they need to play with a bit of freedom. They've been up there most of the morning practicing together. What would you say to them?
Smile, smile. Just embrace the opportunity. Listen, they both know their fate. They're both going to go into Group C. They need to prep for that, and the only way you can prep for that in their circumstances and situation is start playing with a bit of freedom, get a bit of confidence, get a bit of belief, and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, hopefully both of these players will do that in our opening game of the session. Let's hand over to Henry Deacon to see how it unfolds.
Thank you very much, Abby. Very good morning, everyone, and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 3 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and by the end of today, we're going to see our first qualifier for Saturday night's final. We kick off with the battle between Marvin van Velzen and Bradley Rose, the game 1 of 15 that we're going to see here today. Bradley Rose, 18 years of age, from the Netherlands, a former Lakeside World Youth Champion, up against Van Velzen, a 22-year-old from the Netherlands. An ADT European qualifier is the Terminator. That's a Rose, 18 years of age, from The Hague. And that very much represented in the playing shirt he used on Monday and Tuesday. Though a slight change here on Wednesday for him. So you're going to see a slight change of fortunes. Now, both players realistically know their fate's going to be in Group C on Thursday and Friday. Danny McNamara gets the play underway for Wednesday here at the Live Lounge. And so Chris Mason, who joins me in the commentary box, with a little bit of, well, life coaching. Just smile. You always smile when you're next to me in the comms box.
Yeah, that's a grimace, mate. That's a grimace. Yeah, well, no, I just think they both... I think to get the best out of both is they've got to enjoy it a little bit more. They're playing with a lot of angst, and they look under it. And unfortunately, with both their styles of throw, I think if they don't play with ease and freedom, I don't think we'll see the best of them. And in spells yesterday, and we both picked up on it when we seen, especially Bradley, literally just throw a little bit quicker, a little bit smoother. The numbers came, including that 170 out yesterday.
Both players practiced on that board quite early this morning. 96. Both looked quite calm, looked quite relaxed, looked okay about themselves, and that's what we want to see, because it could be so easy in this format when things don't go your way to sulk, the shoulders drop and things like that. And it felt the opposite with them when they were practicing this morning.
Listen, it's no different to everybody else. The saying about if you enjoy your job, you never work a day in your life. And, you know, we all know what it's like when there's tough in work and it becomes...
134.
It just becomes tiring and mentally exhausting. And this is physically exhausting, of course, as these two already know. They're not only going to be playing today, they're going to be playing for a further 2 days.
17.
Fortunately, Group C now in the afternoon, so they'll both get the opportunity to play darts at a
22.
A time they're more used to. I never like playing in the day full stop, never mind at 9:30 in the morning.
That didn't do you too bad. Although, will the double 8 be a help for Van Velzen? No, it's not. And so Bradley Rose, who in his
150
opening salvo yesterday notched to 170 against Neil Duff, is looking to get a 150 to get the day underway here. He's not successful in that task. And so Van Velzen is back for double 8. But opening leg hold. It's been a bit of a cagey opener. Double 4.
Should be a good guide.
12.
Comes inside, so another opportunity
71.
for Bradley to get an early break.
Game shot of the first leg, Bradley Rose.
Takes it out. They played on Monday, match number 2. Marvin winning 4-1.
To throw first.
Despite being
Game on.
The 11-10 dog in that race yesterday. Bradley getting revenge, winning 4-2 in a
45.
In a fairly decent game, but a match again that had 24 missed darts at doubles between them, and that's been very much a theme of the week so far.
Something they're going to have to snap out of very quickly. Bradley, looks like we saw a change of his equipment actually in this game yesterday. It was the last match of yesterday's session for the pair, and it looks as if he's stuck with that equipment, and it was his best performance of the day, an 83.28. Okay, there was 16 missed doubles en route, but it was a far incline from the struggles he was having, particularly in the midpoint of the session.
Yeah, and that was the first match where
57.
he sort of just let it all go and didn't appear to be overthinking. Great shot.
177.
And because we've seen flashes from them both, that tells me it's not necessarily a technique issue, it's a psychological one. We know how much of this match we play between the ears. When I say a technical one, no, that was definitely a technical issue.
I think it surprised Marvin as much as it surprised us.
Marvin, you require 108.
As a consequence of it, he's now got a free data as opposed to a treble to double combination. But he didn't want that particular treble. And he's made a real mess of this, really, from the 140.
45.
6 starts later, he's only got 63 left.
Well, he did it in leg one, didn't he? Back end of the leg was where the issues occurred. Could go treble 18.
55. Marvin, you require 63.
To level this game up at 1 apiece. Missed 8 darts at double in the opening leg, did Van Velzen. He's going to get another one here at tops. Takes it first time of asking this time around. And level we are at 1 apiece.
And he's been fairly good on tops.
Third leg, Marvin,
the break back.
Rofer.
18 darter, 177 in that particular leg. Now 1 from 9 on the doubles, and we're only starting leg 3.
190.
And my reference to regarding the player's ability, another example, a 177 in the last leg, a 180 in this one.
100.
I mean, if you have a look at the score in power pack, it's not actually too bad. 4 tons, 2 140s, a max in there.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. It's the other stat that's the issue.
140.
That. That is why he's at that.
57.
Because I say, with that scoring power, had he knocked up early, he'd be averaging well into the 90s.
44. Marvin, you require 160.
He's going to have 6 from here because Bradley's not really been able to kick alongside Marvin.
66.
And I do have a real feel that the loser of this one, it could be a long, long day for them.
93. Marvin, you require 98.
Agreed.
82. Bradley require 124.
This would be some way to spark your day into life. Treble 18. Left a dart at the ball, and so Van Velzen is back for
56.
double 8. Now, this was a double that caused him all sorts of trouble in leg 1. And it's creating more issues here. Has to move across. What can he see of that? Enough to get it in.
Marvin Van Velzen.
By the looks of it, could do with a new set of flights. Couldn't be throwing with them, mate. That'd drive me up the
We'll
wall.
take Bradley to throw first.
They're smashed to smithereens.
Look like they've been bitten by flying ants.
Do they bite then?
96.
Ants bite, don't they? Do ants bite?
I don't know.
Oh, imagine they eat something.
58.
Have a look at the players. Side on. There you go. As you can see, there's a Lacks a bit of stability, but again,
100.
he's 18 years of age and he's in the evolution stage of his
40.
career. Those are the kind of things that he will eventually put right.
Does it feel like a little bit more today? He's getting towards the end of the throws, a
42.
bit more force in there, or
He's still suffering with them low darts, which again is not quite getting to the end of the throw.
47.
Not getting the full. And that's the problem. That's an over adjustment, an exaggeration.
48.
I think it's just because he tries to be too precise. How many times have we seen him where he's in a leg where the leg's dead effectively, and then we see him at a 140 or 180 and it looks like he'd never miss? Hence why I think it's more of a psychological thing than a technical problem.
60.
And we don't. I mean, he came in confident. You did an interview with him first thing Monday morning, and you know he had thoughts of winning this Group A.
29. Bradley require 155.
He's obviously come into this in feeling good and with a bit of form. But again, it's what this format, course,
97.
distance, whichever you want to call it, it's how it can break you.
I don't think you can judge how you're going to do in this format because of the unique element of it until you've played it before.
100.
Agreed.
Bradley require
Which
58.
is why we do tend to see people who do come back more often than not play better second time around.
Unless your name's Luke Little, of course, as
Game
Bradley
Jonathan
Rose finds a
Flag,
double 10 to
Bradley
level over
Rose.
2 apiece, because Luke Little just played Group A, he'll win it, he'll go to the Phoenix Club, he'll play Xbox Thursday, Friday,
Fifth
and then
leg
come and
Melbourne
pick
to
up
throw
the
first.
prize on Saturday
Game on.
night.
Well, it was almost that simple.
95.
He made it look very simple, didn't he, in Series 3? And you look at that cast
80.
list, we were doing Champions Week together, weren't we, Mason? We said that was probably the best lineup for Champions Week, and he made it look pretty routine, to be perfectly honest.
50.
Yeah, he was very, very special.
20k at
96.
16. How life has moved on.
20p when I was 16, I don't think.
80.
I think when you speak to a lot of players that have been around Luke, and they're all of the same feeling that the only time we've seen any player that we can
100.
compare him to at that age is Michael van Gerwen.
And he
And
has
that's
done too bad to
that's
himself.
that's the biggest compliment you can give any player of that age. Highly regarded as a lot of people as the greatest of all time, not in my opinion, but
96.
he's in the top two.
Put it this way, there's not many players who've won senior titles at the age of 16 on TV.
83.
And going obviously at the
Bradley
World
O'Brien,
Masters in 06 and Luke
129.
Littler here at the Super Series. Not many do it that young. Sheffield left the bullseye there for Bradley Rose. So Van Velzen's going to come back for
93.
116, although it's going to be under severe pressure if Rose sat on double 18 if this doesn't go. But he should get a dart. Is going to get a dart at tops.
76.
Just above the wire.
Bradley's
Bradley
just been
requires
sort of hanging
36.
around in this match and picking up bits. Got a chance here to break, lead 3-2 and throw for it. He does like it over this side of the board.
Game shot of the fifth leg.
Doesn't
Bradley
dislike
Rose.
it. Down there by the looks of things. Back-to-back legs and a 3-2 lead.
And he's just weathered that mini Van Velzen storm where he had those
Looks like
couple of
Bradley
legs
to
where
throw
it looks as
first.
if he was going to run away with proceedings a little bit. But then he's regressed. And Rose really hasn't come up and down from his levels, really. He's kind of hung around where he is at the minute.
He's being outscored.
137.
But he's being, well, Marvin's outscoring Bradley.
134.
Bradley's out finishing him.
Bobby George ring for your head by any chance?
Yeah, absolutely.
58. $40.
A couple of weeks in the world of darts at the moment. Premier League finals Thursday. Week 3. Series 4 finals
99.
here Saturday. European Tour as well. And then it's the World Series from New York next week, isn't it?
The MSG.
125.
Yeah, got a couple of Super Series friends, haven't we, out in Sindelfingen this weekend? Glenn's going to be there.
Yep.
Chris Murphy. Charlie Corsafine as well.
59.
You're back on the balcony next week.
120.
Nico will be joining me in the
Earlier
comms. Looking forward to that.
148.
That's a lineup, isn't it?
Got a lineup of players as well. My goodness.
44.
Wait till we tell you about that.
Revenue require 82.
Well, to send us all the way, 82 is what Van Velzen wants.
42.
But again, that top's just maybe a little bit wide for the last start above the wire. So this is Bradley Rhodes' opportunity to win the game. He's hung with Van Velzen, and when he's had opportunities, he has taken them. But he's not going to find a match-winning dart in this particular visit. But he is going to pile all the pressure on Van Velzen, who needs to find this tops.
He was unlucky there. 2 on the top wire of the treble 20. Trying to leave 24 at the
Games on the 6 leg.
second dart.
Marvin
Found the
Van
target,
Velzen.
but that finds tops. And somehow we go all the way.
It's been one of
Seventh
those
and final leg,
head-scratching
Marvin
games of
to
darts
first.
where
Game
how
on.
the conclusion pans out. You wonder how and why we've got there.
70.
You almost feel both are just trying too hard to not lose rather than focus on winning.
58.
This is where the whole defence and attack in darts thing comes into play.
Sure does.
Mind you, this is game 1 of 15 today.
45.
Next up, Adam Hunt against Stuart White. And then game 3 could well be the most pivotal one of the day. Neil Duff with a 2-point lead over Niall Cullerton overnight. And they meet in the first round of fixtures for them for the day. And so Neil Duff could kind of get half of the work done by the end of the first round of fixtures for the day. If Niall Cullerton picks up victory, though, it's very much game on
85.
as we head towards the finishing line.
Yeah, I think it's down to the
96.
top 2, unless, like you say, Stuart White can get out the blocks early and just apply a bit of pressure on those above him.
54.
Adam Hunt, I mean, he'd have to go 5 from 5, and that may not even still be enough to secure the win in Group A, but still with an
60.
outside chance of qualifying for the, well, I don't like to call it the easier Group B, but Group B, of course, which is Thursday and Friday night, is a 5-player field, and it's the top 3
24.
to get through. Where in Group C, it's a 6-player field and only the top 2. You don't need to be a mathematician to work that out.
It's the mathematical equation
60.
of probability getting through the group better group.
Twice as likely. 30% and 60%.
Bradley require 112.
So then, for the win for Bradley Rhodes. And it'll be for 2 wins in a row against Marvin Van Velden in consecutive matches. Not going to happen this time, but he's going to
56.
lay up.
Marvin, you require
Should get 2 darts upon his return, unless Van Velzen can secure victory with an absolute crackerjack.
94.
Not to be. And so Bradley Rose returns to victory,
56.
wanting 56 to claim the opening spoils of the day. Should be 2 darts at tops.
Well, the
46.
reaction after the 16 tells you all you need to know.
40.
There's just too much emphasis. There's too much drama.
Game, shot.
And it's
the
Marvin
match, Marvin Van
that
Velzen.
finds tops, not for the first time in this contest. And he goes on to 6 points and leapfrogs Bradley Rose into 5th spot. Well, averages very, very similar. Not too much to talk about there, so we won't. What we will worry about is our next match. And after a very short break, Adam Hunt will be facing off against Stuart White.
Adam Hunt and Stuart White in action. Next, White you feel needs to win to keep his hopes of top in the group alive. Hunt will be looking to close the gap on his opponent to strengthen his hopes of moving into a Group B spot. His finishing was significantly improved yesterday. Can he maintain that today? Let's return to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. So then, what we're going to see from this pair on day 3? Well, Stuart White can still put himself in the equation in terms of winning the group, but a lot of things are going to have to go his way. For Adam Hunt, well, his objective will be to catch White for that 3rd spot and a place in Group B. And the end of his day, yes, even though he hasn't been too happy or too pleased with his performance levels as a whole over the course of this week. His last couple of performances did give him something to at least cling on to towards the end of the day. In his third game, beat Bradley Rose with an 88.41 average, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. His next game, a defeat to Duff. That was when Duff had that nigh on ton average, 87.36, 3 out of 6 on the doubles. And then his final game, when he ran into another inspired display by Noel Cullerton, losing 4-3 with an 86.5 average and 3 from 4 when it came to the outer ring. So, judging by what we have seen over the last couple of days, if he can maintain those levels over the course of day 3, then it could be a very fruitful one as far as the Hunter is concerned.
Yeah, well, it's giving him something to chase down, isn't it? That's his target, is to
58.
try and chase White down. So this is the perfect tie for him. If he loses this one, then it's done and dusted, and he's into Group C with Velzen and Rose.
Yeah, a little bit of a chat with both of these players after yesterday's session.
99.
Just get the impression from Stuart White that he is just enjoying every single bit of this experience, and he's trying to really embrace it for all of its worth. And I just wonder whether
81.
this could possibly just light up a little bit of a spark, because we've seen moments from him over the course of the week, and I still think that there's possibly another level in there which we haven't quite seen yet.
60.
Yeah, listen, he's played on the tour before. He's well versed and experienced. He's had to come through the dreaded yips.
56.
Which, all credit to him, he's done that. And listen, we've seen enough from him already in the opening 2 days to know that he's certainly got some levels to his game, and right on cue.
Adam McGuire, 48.
Pressures the 48 with a max. Double 16.
32. Stuart McGuire, 58.
And it worked.
Nothing beats a little bit of scoreboard pressure. But you have to finish the job off. And so Adam Hunt returns for that double 8 for 1-0 lead. Help or hindrance? Hindrance. Double 4. Open bed to aim at this time.
8.
Can't find it. And so Adam Hunt's had 5 opportunities to win this opening leg. They've came and gone. And so Stuart White returns to the board
Game shot on the first
to break in the
Stuart
opener,
White.
leading 1-0. And that max may have just completely swung the way the leg was going, because it looked comfortable for Adam Hunt up until that point. But that little bit of scoreboard pressure may have just proved costly.
Well, Adam's big problem on Monday, well, as it was for all the players, was finishing. Yesterday, as Abby mentioned, just prior to the start of this one, he put that right yesterday.
190.
Be a little frustrated, having had 5 darts to hold in leg 1.
This is brimming up to be a quality contest, isn't it?
100. $45.
Well, we were heading into that nosebleed territory of a couple of maxes, weren't we? Now a bit more of a sneeze.
45.
What do you want then? We've had 3 in 2 legs.
36.
I'm just a demanding man, Mace.
Some taskmaster.
60.
I'm going to set these players a task over the next few days. Come on. We need to eliminate the Conor Heenahan hoodoo. We need another 9 here at the Super Series.
Stuart requires 76.
Well, Duff threatened it yesterday, didn't he?
Game on the second leg, Stuart
Oh, that's
White.
a super leg. 15-dart hold. Consolidates the break.
Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on. 100.
Bang in the middle of the hockey is Stuart White.
28.
The angle of entry. Just kick to the right slightly. Uses a very long stem.
34.
Gives them a fair bit of stability, but just start to rotate round to the right. As he squeezed one in there. Didn't have to squeeze one in the open bed. That's a third max for Stuart White and a fourth in the match.
59.
And what we can instantaneously see from this overhead angle is for Adam Hunt, because of those long stems, anything that goes below that treble 20 bed is no help to him whatsoever.
82.
That definitely won't be a help.
Well, the only way that will be a
54.
help was in terms of the weight of throw, because the weight of throw was right. It was just the line had been lost, and that's perfect for him.
100. Adam
Will be
Iroquois,
furious with that.
154.
Be even more furious if Hunt can find the 154, which isn't going to happen on this occasion. So White is going to return for the 111 for a double break and a 3-0 lead.
74. George Iroquois, 111.
Trouble 17. Trouble 14. Didn't get any of them. He's left himself
Adam
60.
Iroquois, 80.
Oh, Hunt cannot afford no mistakes. He's made the
40.
biggest one of all, missing the big
George
20.
Iroquois, 60.
Well, 2 from 5 at the moment, White. As long as he hits a 20. Oh, dear.
It's endemic, isn't it? So it's only going to be the one dart at tops.
40. Adam Iroquois, 40.
The one at double 16,
8.
and it's just getting a little bit messy
George
now.
Iroquois, 20.
Game, because up to this point, it's been a decent match.
Has to move across.
No
Unlucky
score.
there. And so Hunt returns to double
Adam
16.
Iroquois, 32.
Bring it back to 2-1. When it kicks up, that would have been handy. But now going for the double 8 because of the way that first dart lays in the bed. This would be a fantastic
on the
dart
third
if he
leg,
finds it.
Adam
And
Hunt.
find it he does. To bring it back to 2-1. That was an excellent find for Adam Hunt.
Fourth leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Not sure how much he knew about it. That was one of those, just shut your eyes and throw.
100.
It's one of those more for the muscle memory, isn't it, more than anything
Yeah.
else?
$60.
Well, victory for Stuart White will put him on to 14
100.
points, temporarily level with Niall Cullerton, but he will need Niall Cullerton to beat Neil Duff, you'd feel, to harbour any hopes of winning Group A, although chances there are
121.
fairly slim, although there is still that opportunity if he can maybe go for the card and one of Duff and Cullerton have a little bit of a wobble
100.
towards the finishing line. Max he can get to his 22 points in the group.
100. 123. Sure to require 120.
So time to climb the ladder, Stuart White. To the top rung.
100.
Not to be. And so Adam Hunt
78.
returns for 78 to level this game back up at 2 apiece. And he is going to have 2 in his hand, a double 12, double 6.
66.
Doesn't go. And that's now 1 from 12 on the outer ring for Adam Hunt. Double 5. But he isn't punished.
No score.
It's been a
Adam,
game
you require 12.
blighted by double trouble.
No score.
Wow, wrong side.
Sure to require 20.
And so another opportunity presented for Stuart White. Another opportunity passed
score.
by.
Adam, you require 12.
Well, this is getting cagey. This is getting edgy. He's edging further away. He edges in and he edges it back to 2 apiece. Desmond.
Yeah, 2-2.
Fifth leg, Adam to throw
After-
first. Game on.
Being 2-0 down, and when Stuart hit that 15 darter, a max in the leg, you just thought he was going to start to maybe move through the gears, but he's allowed Adam Hunt back in, and look how he's punished.
60. $97. 30. 100.
Well, in terms of the maximum stakes in this particular match, it's 3 apiece. The scoring's been at times spectacular.
100.
It's a game that's been let down
44.
by a plethora of missed double. Well, now the miss is double-double. Well, that's just ironic. It's an 11 darter done by a double-double in a game that's been plagued by missed doubles.
That was an 11 darter.
6 legs short to throw first. Game on.
Darts is a crazy sport at times.
Like you say, a match that's just been about missed doubles.
54.
27 between them.
100. 83.
It looks like a bit like one of those games, you know, that they play at the exhibition where they have like the pro against the person from the crowd, where the pro player will do the scoring, but
93.
you get the person from the crowd to finish the game off.
Remember, all these players vying for a place
134.
in Saturday night's final, where the winner picks up £5,000 in qualifying for Champions Week. And in
83.
terms of amateur darts, the prize money offer, the winner taking away 20,000. I mean, that's currently the second highest prize available in amateur darts.
140.
The last World Championships the WDF held, with Neil Duff being the winner, he took away
95.
50,000. The
Require
most
90.
recent World Master took away €10,000. So within the world of amateur darts, this is, well, ask them how
23.
prestigious it
Adam,
is.
you require 130.
Ask Luke Littler, ask Raymond Smith, ask Conan Whitehead. Well, we'll be able to at the end of the week.
87. Georgia requires 67.
Well, this is to save the match because Hunt is back for 43. If this doesn't go,
28.
That was shanked.
Adam Iroquois, 43.
Not quite sure whether the grip on the dart was right there, but it's Adam Hunt who steps in with 4 consecutive legs. An average of 81.68. He had 3 180s in there, and that absolutely beautiful 11 dart leg in leg 5. And he does close the gap on Stuart White and moves on to 10 points, just 2 behind Stuart White. Well, the final 2 players in our field of 6 on the final day of Group A. Up next, Neil Duff takes on Niall Cullerton.
Neil Duff and Niall Cullerton up next. Another big game between first and second. Duff, of course, completed the perfect day, winning all 5 matches yesterday, and will strengthen his chances of finishing top by picking up the points here. Both finished well yesterday. Duff's scoring the reason he finds himself above his opponent in the table coming into this one, to find out whether he extends his lead or whether Cullerton can join Duff on 16 points. Here's Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Eppie. And the big gains are here from the off on day 3 at the Super Series, because this could pretty much be a game on or game over moment as far as the group is concerned, because Neil Duff can open up a 4-point lead on the rest of the pack with victory here against Niall Cullerton, for whom victory here would mean that we would have 2 players level on points at the top of the table following round 1 of the day. So huge consequences, huge things at stake in this one. And so right from the get-go, these two are going to have to be at it.
Yeah, both got out of the blocks quickly on Monday. Both picking up wins. It was an 86-07 in the opening match of the day for Neil Duff.
First leg,
Niall actually opened the show against Adam Hunt with a 4-0 win with an 88-41. Niall yesterday started with a an 85, and in defeat 4-3 to Stuart White. Neil started with a 92-52 with a 4-2 win over Bradley.
95.
That tells me that they don't mind the early start.
May not mind the early start, but they want the late finish on Saturday night because it means that they'll be in the winners' enclosure. And one of these players may well be at finals night on Saturday via Group A. And if you want to be here on Saturday night, scan that QR code, takes you to dartshot.tv. Tickets available for every week, so you could be this Saturday, or you could plan maybe a summer with darts in advance.
60.
Maybe come down during the heat of summer down here on the sunny south coast. I mean, you can make a proper weekend of it. Go to the beach by day, darts by night.
It's going to be a scorcher this weekend, so you could have you could be onto something there.
Saturday on the seafront before the finals.
190.
It might be a sunny day, but it's raining in maximums as well. This could be an 11-dart leg to start.
78.
Just misses the double eight. We thought this would be the standard bearing game, and already it's living up to type.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's living up to the hype. That's a 14-dart hold. Here on Monday, Neil won this tie 4-3, and yesterday Niall got
100.
revenge by the exact same scoreline, 4-3. That was that match, of course, where Neil had darts, 7 darts to win it. Niall leveled things up and then went out in 14 in the decider.
140.
With the darts. So Duff would have had to have found a 12. Ironically, it was a 14-darter that's won the opening leg.
100.
I thought Duff was very good yesterday. Had one match that he wouldn't particularly be
100.
pleased with. But outside of that, the rest of it was pretty solid. And we had one spectacular performance. We averaged just shy of a ton.
100. Now you require 100.
Had he had a double a little earlier on in that match to get it won, it would have been around 105.
60. Neil, you require 100.
He was the one in and amongst what was at times a bit of a struggle for the players. He was the one that could really be the standard bearer. Is he going to bear the standard with a bullseye for 161?
36. Now you require 101.
Certainly wasn't a million miles away. Oh.
81. Neil, you require 25.
Little bit cheeky. 1 double 12 is the Neil Duff MO, and now along for double 6.
19.
Well, it was
Now
missed
you
doubles
require
in
20.
leg 1 from Cullerton, and Duff punished.
Game on the second leg. Niall Cullerton
Repays the favour in leg 2. Both holds of throw.
Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
That's
60.
about right 1-1 when you consider the missed chances by Cullerton in leg 1.
Nothing to prize these two
30.
apart. Will there be anything to prize these two apart in terms of the league table following the end of this one? Just another reminder of the scenario. A win for Neil Duff would put him onto 18 points, 4 points clear of Niall Cullerton. Meanwhile, a win for
85.
Cullerton would mean that both players will be locked on 16 points following the end of the first round of fixtures. Then next up for the pair, Niall Cullerton will take on Marvin van Velzen, whilst Neil Duff will have the
140.
tricky assignment of Stuart White in round 2.
140.
Duff continuing where he left off yesterday, really. Both players averaging over
60.
over a ton as we're midway through leg 3. An indication of how well both have started this match.
140. 62. Neil requires 76.
6 from here for Neil Duff. tops.
Game
The
shot of the first
2-1.
leg, Neil Duff.
This is really, really good stuff.
15 darter,
Four leg Niall to
102.07 average.
Game on.
Noel Cullerton himself averaging just a shade under 96.5. This has been a real quality contest up to press.
85.
Only real difference from Cullerton's perspective is those couple of missed darts
100.
in the opening leg that could have changed the direction in his favour.
$174.
Well, it's not classed as a max, but it's the maximum he could have scored with the targets he was aiming at.
125.
Well, effectively, he's had 6 perfect darts.
180.
Again, the potential
59.
of
Now
an
your
11
bar,
darter.
62.
Anything in the range of 15 will do for Cullerton with Duff back on
22.
217.
$100.
Yeah, not
Now you
massive
require
amounts of
40.
pressure on this shot, only the occasion.
Game shot of the fourth
Finds the
leg,
target.
Niall Cullerton.
14 dart hold. Winning leg so far in this match. Duff 14-15.
Fifth leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Niall 16-14. That is reflected in the averages as they're still
100.
over the 100 for Duff, just shy for Cullerton. And we're into leg 5.
2 heavyweight players in this
100.
group are landing haymaker blows to each other. These could well be the biggest
100.
couple of legs we see today because it's going to change the dynamic of the group no matter what happens at the end of this.
85. $100.
Duff, who has had so many near misses at the Super
55.
Series, he's looking to get over that finishing line on Saturday evening. You'll feel like that's probably the one thing on his darting bucket list he hasn't ticked off yet is that spot
45.
at Champions Week.
It was interesting. We were
95.
talking over of where it sort of
156.
stands in the world of amateur darts. And of course, this is, even the weekly titles is, it's
60.
5,000 for the winners. So in terms of the monetary value, what's the Dutch Open? That's 5,000 euros the winner, isn't it? That's regarded as the
58. Nearly required
hardest of them all to
96.
win. So in terms of financial rewards, this is right up there for the players. Oh, tops. Love it.
61. Now you require 108.
Yeah, been guilty of just putting in a bit of a quick one there. Oh, now this is awkward. Needs to find the trouble, yeah. Not surprised.
88. Nearly require 35.
So for 3-2. Going to be 2 in his hand at double 16, but that just went into the single 3 there. That could have strayed into the double.
Game
But he
shot of the
finds the
flag,
double of
Neil
16,
Duff.
and he finds himself in a 3-2 lead, and he's a leg away now from opening up a 4-point buffer
Six leg
on
Niall
Niall
to
Cullerton at the
throw
top of the
first. Game
group.
on.
And he may feel then he might have a foot in finals night.
121.
But this man isn't going to give up without an almighty scrap. Now Cullerton is one of those players who've got this
140.
ability to stick with any task put in front of him.
100.
They've just kept the pressure on each other's throws very well. incredible.
125.
Yet to have a breaker throw.
$140.
And both their matches have gone all the way so far
60.
on Monday and Tuesday.
Audio bar 140.
This one looking likely to go the same.
$85.
Wow. He was trying to put it high to put it safe, and in the end, he dragged it into the single 5. And so it's only going to be 2 darts at double as opposed to 3 now for Niall
Audio bar
Cullerton.
55.
Well, the player with throw on Monday got the job done. And the player with the throw on Tuesday got it done. So it's looking good for Neil Duff, but he may get it done here with the 130.
Be the first break we've seen in the match. It may well be to win the match, but he couldn't find the single. He tried to attack the treble for double 5, and as a consequence, he slipped the wrong side. And so Cullerton is back for double 5 to send us all the way to a decider. It'd be the type of crescendo that a game of this quality deserves.
6.
But it may not be one that we get, because Duff now should get 2 darts at tops to win this 4-2 and to open up a 4-point lead at the top of the group. And it is the Duff man who is going to be the man to beat now in Group A. He has opened up a 4-point cushion on Niall Cullerton at the top of the Group A table, courtesy of a 4-2 success. A high-quality affair, a 91-92 of the averages, but that was lingering around the ton for the most part of that match. 3 maximums in there, 2-1 in Cullerton's favour, but it was at 2 out of 10 on the doubles, which came back to cost Cully in the end. As for Duff, he's 4 points clear at the top of the group at the end of round 1. Round 2 begins after the break, with Bradley Rose up against Adam Hunt.
Bradley Roos and Adam Hunt up next this morning. Hunt has dropped just the one leg against the teenagers so far this week. Another convincing win here will take him up to third spot in the league table, and that battle for Group B could really start to heat up. As for Roos, lost out in a decider in his opener today. How will he respond here as he looks to build confidence ahead of a Group C campaign? When we look at their stats so far this week, Hunt's make for much better reading after day two. As you can see, for Roos, his finishing has been a real issue so far, despite reeling in the big fish yesterday against Neil Duff. To guide you through Game 4, here's Mace and H.
Thank you very much, Abby. So then, seconds out, round 2 here at the Super Series, and it looks as if the big battle now is going to be for Group B darts over the course of Thursday and Friday night. Adam Hunt is making a bit of a spurt now, isn't he? After a sluggish start to his group campaign, he really is hitting all the right notes. The 29-year-old from Chesley Street in the Durham area made the last 16 of the Grand Slam of Darts a couple of years ago. And there was a stage in his career that a few years ago we thought maybe there'd be a little bit of a kick on from him at a decent World Championship, had a decent Grand Slam campaign just before, but never quite materialised. But here at the Super Series, after dropping off the Pro Tour at the end of 2022, he's trying to find those signs and that game again to try and compete back on the Pro Tour in 2024 if he's successful enough to regain his cue card. But it's Bradley Rose to get us underway in this particular battle. And, well, he's looking for a confidence-boosting win here.
140.
Well, of confidence. It was a confident start there. 140 from Bradley.
45.
As we've seen, Adam Hunt averaging 81.
81.
Certainly expect him to be well above that.
A slight equipment change for Brady. It just looks like a different
97.
colour stem, not an actual change of shape of stem. It looks like the same length as the one before, but just a change of colour.
133.
It looks as if it's doing the job so fast. Left him a 147 after 9.
81. Bradley require 100.
And he's going to get 6 from here to take the opening leg against Hunt.
$97. 85. Bradley require 50.
Double 16. Awkward's going to have to go high. Moves over. Finds the target.
First leg, Bradley
15 dart.
Rose.
Hold of throw. Leg 1.
Just looking at his mannerisms, it's just a completely different player that we saw in that first game against Marvin Van Velde. And I think we expected that first game to be cagey just on the basis of the way those two players have played, especially towards the latter end of yesterday, where it looked as if confidence was something
60.
that was waning. But maybe after that game, Bradley just said, we can't carry on doing this. And just feels like there's just something a little bit different in the air of him at the beginning of this one.
83. 100.
Adam won this tie on Monday.
59.
And 3 180s, an average of 83 and change.
41. 80.
And Adam won the tie yesterday 4-0 with one of his better performances so far this week. 2 180s in that one.
85.
4 out of 6 on the doubles, an average of 88.5.
$133.
Well, so far, this is as good as we've seen from Bradley Rose this week.
45. Bradley require 146.
So Adam Hunt, he's not really got out the traps yet.
98. Adam Iroquois 100.
Well, Bradley got one of these yesterday. Well, Adam, we pay the favour.
He's at a 164. He's not going to add a 170 to that highlight reel.
96. Bradley Iroquois
Should
48.
be, all barring a doubling disaster. 2-0.
32.
But
Adam Iroquois
the
74.
door is now open for the hunter. He's looking to peg back. Tops is what he wants.
34.
Tops is not what he finds, and so it presents a
Bradley
second opportunity to
Iroquois,
Rose to
16.
break the throw and open up a 2-0 lead if he can find double 8. Now double 4. Chasing down for 2s,
Game
finding
second
2s, they never
Bradley
lose, and
Rose.
2-0 he leads Bradley Rose.
Got there in the end. Ultimately,
Third leg Bradley to throw
wins
first.
the double, gets the job done.
Game on.
2-zip.
Well, this was a performance which we didn't expect to come from Adam.
No, that's for sure. He bounced back well in the opening match. Was 2-0 down, reeled off 4 on the spin
100.
against his closest rival, Stuart White, who he will level with on 12 points if he gets the win here. But he's in a spot of bother. Now, this is the tempo
23.
and rhythm that Bradley throws at when I've watched him in the practice room.
57. $97.
Adam Hunt's having an
40.
absolute stinker.
They're a little bit of a Lionel.
Bit of a Tony.
60.
It's
38.
usually the time of the day I do my birthdays. Happy birthday, happy bullseye birthday to my pal Camel, colleague at ITV,
135.
huge darts fan.
I wonder that Camel's birthday's on Hump Day.
36. Bradley Iroquois 90.
And one of them
50.
throws him up for tops upon his return for a 3-0 lead, and a comfortable one at that.
Adam Hunt had one dart, a double.
60. Bradley Iroquois 40.
Tops for 3-0. Now double 10. That's not a nice second dart. That's a
Games
beautiful
on the
third.
Bradley
And 3-0
Rose.
it is to Bradley Rose. And you expected this margin of scoreline in Bradley Rose's
Well,
favour
Adam
at the
to
beginning of this
throw
one. Adam Hunt
first.
would have
Game on.
gone into this to the bookmakers as a strong favourite when you consider the form of the players going into this one. But Bradley has
60.
found something at times. And as for Adam Hunt, well, it's just not happened at all in this game for him.
Yeah, it would have been a very lively favourite to have won this, and
59.
well, he could be getting bageled.
Well, in fact, Adam Hunt was the 4-9 favourite.
100.
Bradley Rose was 13-8 to win with the bookmakers, let alone what margin scorelines would have looked like in this particular game.
60.
Next up now, Cullerton against Marvin van Velzen. And they make Cullerton a real heavy favourite in that one, 1-7 with the odds compilers. Van
42.
Velzen 9-2. Stuart White 6-4 to Neil Duss 1-2 in the other fixtures for this particular round.
59. $59.
There's a real opportunity for Bradley. himself right back in front.
117.
Right back in the leg and in front.
57.
And it's his from here to get the job done 4-0.
6 at 206.
60.
And 146 upon his return. Adam Hunt just looking to try and keep it as handy as he possibly can. Well, this has come from absolutely nowhere, this performance.
146.
Completely unexpected when you look at the form guide of the last 5-6 games or so. Everything's been in the 80s, if not sometimes in excess.
In the last match he was involved in, had 6 180s, 3 apiece, himself and Stuart White.
44.
So, for a 4-0 success, Bradley Rose wants a ton. Tops, tops. Tops, tops.
60.
Oh, not far away. It's clattered off the barrel of the first.
80.
And so Adam Hunt to get a leg back on the board. When Tops topped himself, he's going to get one. Can he squeeze it between the posts? Yes, he can.
Adam Hunt.
Back we go to 3-1. Bradley Rose with the throw. The seal success having already missed a match dart at Tops to get it 1-0.
Just deflected away on the second dart in the double top.
60.
Came from behind to beat
88.
Stuart White, didn't he? He was 2-0 down and looked in a world of trouble. There's one leg worse in this one.
140.
3-0 down and faced a match dart.
Comeback's got to start somewhere.
Setbacks
97.
pave the way for getbacks.
83. 59. 60.
'You are a social media user and you want to get in touch with us here at the Super Series at MSS Darts, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter.
98. Adam
One word.
157.
Henry will have the Twitter page open. If you've got any questions or comments, get involved.
57. Bradley requires 60.
Welcome along to all of our viewers on YouTube and your chosen
40.
bookmaker.
Adam, you
Some more
require
match
100.
darts have come and gone for Bradley Rose.
Is Adam Hunt just going to keep picking these legs off? We're going to find the treble 19 to leave the subsequent double. So Bradley Rose is back
29.
for double 10 to seal a 4-1
Bradley
success.
require 20.
Put himself in the winner's enclosure. Oh,
No
that's a
score.
low dart. It sinks into the double 15. And
Adam, you require 71.
it means Adam Hunt returns to another opportunity. This time at 71. He couldn't clean up on the ton last time out. And so, well, I was going to say by virtue he should have had a
31.
dart, a double, but he's not.
Bradley require 20.
And so Rose returns again to get over the line, to get the job done. Can't get closer without hitting it.
Game,
And hit it he
shot,
does now
match,
to get the
Bradley
better of
Rose.
Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 1. Bradley Rose, the victor in that one. It moves him on to 8 points. It's been 2 points of Adam Hunt, and that might just scupper the Hunters' chances of gathering a Group B spot come Thursday and Friday. Bradley Rose then a 4-1 winner. Next up, Cullerton Van Velzen.
Niall Cullerton was top of the table after day one, but it's now looking more and more likely that he'll have to settle for a Group B spot on Thursday and Friday. Now 4 points behind Neil Duff, who does not seem to be faltering as he approaches the winning line. As for Marvin Van Velzen, his finishing has been a bit of an Achilles heel so far this week. You can see when we take a look at the stats for these two players, a theme that has continued into his opener as he missed 15 against Roos a little while ago. Cullerton has been pretty solid indeed in that regard, but as we saw in our last match, form and stats sometimes count for diddly squat. Will that be the case here? Let's find out with Mason Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Well, Niall Cullerton will be keen to get his first win of the day on the board, just to keep a little bit of pressure on Neil Duff. As it stands, Neil Duff, 18 points plus 15. Niall Cullerton, 14 points plus 12. This is now really, for me, a three-horse race. Adam Hunt still in with a shout of
First leg, Niall to
qualifying for Group
Rovers.
B.
Game on.
But in terms of winning this Group A, for me, it's down to just two. And one of them is this man.
60.
We just get the sense of Niall Cullerton, he has to win everything from here on in and then hope
140.
for mistakes elsewhere. And mistakes do happen here at the Super Series.
125.
Certainly do.
Saw a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Wesley Harms, he thought he had it in the palm of his hand and
85.
lost 4-0 to Lee Cox, and it sent Moreno Blonde through, who didn't actually know he was through.
132.
But with Neil Duff, he's that sort of experienced campaign. I think he's been the flag bearer in
29.
terms of the standard in this group as well. Noel Cullerton's not been too far behind, but how costly is that first defeat
140.
going to be? Well, he's recovered well at the beginning of this one. Scores of 125, 132, 140 in successive visits, leaves him on 44 after 12.
Well, the two best players have been
140.
Neil and Niall.
44. Game shot on the first
The
leg.
two Irishmen
Niall
have been the
Cullerton.
better performers.
Second leg, Marvin to throw first.
Echoed by
Game
that 14-dart hold in leg one.
80.
Marvin van Velzen, what he can't afford to do is
60.
go through the motions here today, because that can then be an epidemic disease that goes into tomorrow and Friday's action. It's hard because he's not going to have
93.
that same adrenaline as Monday and Tuesday, because he'll know that he's not really got much to fight for in terms of where he could be placed, but got to try and get something
125.
going ahead of that Group C campaign, which begins tomorrow. And it's going to be a tough Group C. Conan Whitehead, of course, a former champion here. Trina Gulliver, 10-time world champion.
100.
Jeremy Fagg, one of the best players from Australia. Unlucky not to qualify for finals night last week, missing out on legs 1 to Mike Warburton in Group A, and now he missed out in Group B.
121.
Yeah, for Van Velzen, Rose and Hunt, it's all a rebuilding
96.
process, just building confidence to go into tomorrow. It's a complete reset. You start from 0 with everybody else and you go
57.
again.
Marvin Your 132.
Well, if he hits the 57, which he didn't, it was a lovely,
104.
lovely marker
Now you are
dart, that
138.
25.
$60. Marvin Your 28.
Level up at 1 apiece.
No
Doesn't
score.
go. And I think one or
Now
two
you're
people are getting a little bit
78.
excited about the possibility of Marvin van Velzen leveling up. We could hear one or two cries in the practice room. The
Game
cry of
shot on the second
Cullerton will
leg,
be, oh
Niall
yes, as he
Cullerton.
opens up a 2-0 lead, breaking the throw of Van Velzen.
Yeah, and he needs
leg, Niall
a big
to
win. He
throw
needs to
first.
win
Game on.
4-0, 4-1, because you would fancy that when Neil Duff
85.
clashes with Marvin, it would be a similar scoreline. Can't afford to get embroiled in a
125.
4-3 type game. Because if he can close the gap on
55.
Neil Duff, it could come down to leg difference.
I'm just wondering whether the arms have relaxed a little bit for Marvin van Velzen.
80.
The recovery of the last dart, averaging 89.33, seen a few ton 40s from him. Those 3 missed darts in the second leg could be
45.
what cost him the points in this one, but in terms of performance, it's a incline from what we saw at the tail end of yesterday and the beginning of today. Even in victory against Bradley Rose
93.
in the Open, it wasn't a pretty affair. 15 missed darts at double for him.
140. $81.
Van Velzen first down to a finish, but Cullerton can leave himself on a double if he can find another treble here.
100.
Tunnel
Marvin
do.
122.
We'll stay there. Needed the treble to leave the bullseye, so Cullerton now
42.
get a
All your
very
bars,
minimum.
76.
Get a dart at double. 56 left, so it's going to be one at tops.
36.
Doesn't go. And so
Marvin,
Van
your
Velzen
bar,
himself should
80.
get one at the same target.
Yeah, at least one at tops, maybe two at... it's a rather safe-looking dart.
Game on the third
Finds
leg.
the target.
Marvin Van Velzen.
18 dart break back. That's the throw in leg 4 to level things up.
One thing Van Velzen has been good at this week
Fourth leg,
has been
Marvin
finding
to
that tops
throw
last
first.
dart in hand.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wearing the Prostate Cancer UK
40.
badge on his left lapel. Now a popular charity within the world of darts. Obviously Martin Adams a
26.
big supporter of that after all he's been through, and a lot of the referees wear that same pin badge as well.
99. $100.
Both in. Fills it.
180.
I love the little quirk he has when he hits a match. It's just a little bit of a celebration, just moving the finger along just to say,
135.
yeah, I've hit a max.
Not as good as the gilding thumb.
Or the Dolan helicopter either.
85.
Or if you're Matt Edgar, you just bow. But then to be fair, that was one of a couple of maxes he hit that week.
140. Marvin, you require 97.
He did say after night one he played so well, but the one thing he was missing from the repertoire was a max. Double 10, last dart in hand.
87.
So Cullerton for 3-1 lead, wants a
100.
tum. And it's going to be 2 at tops.
Game
Only
on
needs the
fourth
one.
leg, Niall
Clinical from
Cullerton.
Cullerton. It's a second 14 darter for him. A 3-1 lead he opens up.
Yeah, and that's just sort
Fifth leg,
of
Niall to throw first. Game on.
stopped the rot.
59.
So it could have got a little bit messy there for Cullerton. Van Velzen having a couple of darts for 2-2. And he's playing some of his best darts this week.
100.
Cullerton's caught him at the wrong time, but he may still get the job done.
55.
But that's been the issue. It's been that wild stray dart into the 5 bed.
85.
Yeah, he's played a bit better here. He's still averaging around 90. Cullerton the same.
96.
See plenty of matches. One on the Euro Tour with 90 in the early stages.
75.
Go over the Euro Tour as like a benchmark of 5 on the averages from round today as to what would be the benchmark to win a game.
Yeah.
100.
Our friend of the Super Series, Scott Mitchell, qualifying for Euro Tour
Yes.
at that end of the year.
Congratulations to Scotty Dog.
30.
It's the first one he's qualified for, isn't it?
Qualified for more without a tour card than he did with a tour card. Anything to avoid a day working with us, eh?
131.
Great approach play from Cullerton.
140. And all you require 60.
20 and tops to get the job done.
50.
2 match
Marvin,
starts
you
come and
require
gone, and so Van
71.
Velzen back for 71 then. For the break back, 3-2. Going to be 1 dart in his hand at tops, and he's usually been
51.
so good in that scenario, but not this
required
time.
10.
And so Cullerton returns for double 5 to move in 2 points to the league leader, Neil Duff.
5.
But that's more match darts. There's 5 match
Marvin,
darts that have come and gone for
20.
Cullerton.
Just can't put him away. The match going to be extended to a sixth
Game
leg.
on the fifth
Sure
leg,
is.
Marvin van Velzen.
Have you not read the script this week, mate?
Here's the fourth consecutive breaker throw in the match.
Sixth leg, Marvin to throw
We
first.
can officially call this a
Game on.
breakathlon.
Oh, 139.
Will we be looking back at those 5 darts for Niall Cullerton at the end of
85.
proceedings, because Marvin is growing and growing into this game, and I think growing and growing in confidence.
Well, the more he hangs around and
85.
taking opportunities, the more it will frustrate his opponent.
100. One hundred. $41.
Going to get 6 here, Van Velzen, to take us all the way to 3 apiece. Cullerton just losing his scoring boots
92.
at the worst possible time. Van Velzen 85 after 12 to send us to a deciding leg.
60.
And he's going to get
Revenue
6.
require 85.
It's okay. Tops.
45.
All about hitting and hoping for Cullerton.
79. Revenue require 40.
Not that I think he will get a go at the
Eight
136, and he won't, but
Marvin van
you could see
Velzen.
Cullerton frustrated because that made that potential finish way harder as it is.
Seventh and
16
final leg
darts
Niall
in.
to throw first. Game on.
And our first hold since leg 1.
60.
Is Niall Cullerton beginning to feel that this game is slipping away through his fingers? He's had 5 darts to go and win it.
I think he just understands the importance of
85.
not just the win, but winning big. Now it's
60.
a case of, I've just got to win.
That felt like, not panic, but urgency, those 3 darts. And how many times do we say in
140.
sport, beware the player who has got nothing to lose?
140.
Excellent visit from Cullerton.
Massively needed. He was in a world of trouble there.
That one big score may just force the
43.
issue of Van Velzen. It looks as if it has forced the issue of Van Velzen, and now we have a new favourite for this deciding leg. Even more so now.
100.
Needs a 2-trouble visit.
Well, there's one of them. There's 2 of them.
140.
What a time for 140.
141.
It makes this 141 feel like a must hit.
His second 140 of the leg. Now, does he go ball or does he go aggressive treble 19 on the
22.
93?
Revenue require 93.
Went aggressive.
53.
And it presents the opportunity for Cullerton now, who, remember, missed 5 match
Revenue
darts
require
earlier on in the piece
119.
to get the job done. Now needs to take out this 119 with his opponent sat on tops for the match himself. Going to begin downstairs. He's not going to get a dart at tots. It's just above the
59.
wire. And so Marvin van
Revenue
Velzen
require
for
40.
victory and to really, really open the door for Neil Duff to take full control of this group. Double 19 now. That's ferocious. That's wild.
28.
And so Cullerton returns.
All you
He's going to
require
get more
60.
match darts. He's already missed 5 to get it 1. He's now going to get match dart number 6,
Game, shot,
which is good
and
enough for
match, Niall
Cullerton to win in
Cullerton.
leg 7 to get the better Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 3. And it means the gap now is reduced to just 2 points as Neil Duff takes on Stuart White shortly. The statistics on this one, Cullerton a 4-3 victor. Both averages in the 80s. 4 out of 10 on the doubles for Cullerton. Van Velzen 3 from 12. And after the break, the battle at the top of the table, Stuart White in third up against the league leader Neil Duff, who will look to extend that advantage back to 4 points.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon. Stuart White and tabletopper Neil Duff back in action next. Duff has picked up where he left off yesterday. Another average north of 90 in his opener. No surprise when we look at his numbers that his overall average for the first 2 days was more than 4 points higher than anyone else in the field. For Stuart White, he is more than steadily going about his business. He'll put 4 points between himself and Hunt in the race for Group B if he can get the win here. Danny McNamara, our match referee, is ready. So let's return to our commentators to talk you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. So crucial times in this Group A. Neil Duff can re-establish that 4-point cushion at the top. He can get the better of Stuart White, who has seen defeat for Adam Hunt a couple of games ago. So it means it's full advantage to him in terms of the battle for Group B darts. In terms of how the bookmakers look at this particular game, they have Neil Duff as the heavy 1-2 favourite to go on and claim the 2 points. Stuart White at quite a tangible price of 6-4 with the
First leg,
odds
Stuart
compilers,
to
and we've seen
Rovers.
glimpses this
Game
week
on.
of Stuart White that could make those odds look a little bit silly if he plays at his best.
100.
Yeah, I just think that Neil is in a slightly different headspace right now and played very well in long spells
60.
yesterday. And he's hit the ground running today. These two met in match number
140.
3 on Monday, and it went all the way with Duff nicking it 4-3.
125.
Did the double over. Stewart with a 4-2 win, match number 13 yesterday afternoon with a 90.09 average.
100.
He averaged 86 on Monday against Stewart. Tells me he doesn't mind playing him, doesn't mind his pace.
140. Stuart require 161. $137.
Although a very bright start from White.
You're in double 12 after
40.
12 on throw.
Stuart
He
requires
was our
24.
Southeast London qualifier, wasn't he? Via the
Game on the first
ADC.
leg,
And
Stuart
kicks off the
White.
match. We had a very, very tidy 13-dart hold.
Yeah, he qualified
Second
through
leg
the
Neil to
vault system.
Rovers.
Now, there's a number
Game
of
on.
different ways you can qualify for the Super Series, courtesy of the ADC. The vault is one of them. It's a event which takes place midweek, and you can sign up
100.
locally, and the best players from there will then qualify for other subsequent finals, and there's going to be a grand finals to it, but the best players in the vault will play here. You can also qualify via the Open Series.
60.
Next one of those events taking place in Middlesbrough on the 1st and 2nd of July, and already a good cast list of players who have won that particular competition. The likes of Matt Clark, James Richardson,
140.
Jack Main has won one this year.
David Evans.
David Evans, Lewis Gurney winning one earlier on in the year. Adam Mould, someone we've seen here a couple of times.
28.
Chris Wickenden on Sunday, and also in the women's series, Dita Hemman and Lisa Ashton winning 2 apiece.
100.
Yeah, that's the final of that. Is it the top 8 from that? We'll be playing here in November. I think tickets will be
81.
available for that.
Neil
So it'll
require
be
161.
the ladies in the afternoon, and we'll go straight into finals night on the Saturday
90.
evening.
Well, if he's lucky enough to get tickets for that week, we'll get a double dosage of darts.
Double session day
40.
at the Live
Neil
Lounge.
require 71.
Can't beat a double session day, can you, Mace?
51.
Oh, Joe below tots, but double 10 has been so fruitful for Neil Duff over the course of the last 3 days. You have the luxury of time. Well, he doesn't have to mess about if he doesn't want to.
Neil
Well, he's
require
just seen
20.
Cullerton close the gap to 2, so he'll be
Games on
keen
the second
to
leg, Neil Duff.
put that right and extend it back to 4. Levels up with a 16-darter.
Third leg Stuart to
Where
Rovers.
he
Game on.
always seems to have been since, well, the majority of matches yesterday is in the early 90s in terms of average.
100. 30.
Although, not after that.
As you were saying.
Timed to perfection.
59.
Effectively, what a win does here for Neil Duff is it puts Niall Cullerton in the position of no mistake darts from here on, and any kind of slip up would end it. But when Neil Duff would have a
100.
4-point cushion with just 6 points left to play for.
Nearly did slip up, didn't he, against Marvin? Edging it out in the end. Full
60.
3. Oh, Cullerton in action in our next match against Bradley.
60.
Unlike Stewart lost his scoring boots in leg 2. Neil Duff doing the same in leg 3.
Just
45.
got a little bit tentative. He's back.
You were saying?
140.
Ignore what I'm saying. You normally do anyway, don't you?
What?
60.
Oh, Neil Duff has wrestled the darts off Stuart White in this third leg. And now he's offering them back up.
25.
Right, it's like an episode of Chuckle Vision. To me, to you, to me, to you.
41. Neil, you require 146.
146 for the break. What's going to happen? So Stuart White's going to get an opportunity of his own for
85. Sure to require
ton plus checkout. The highest finish we
136.
have seen so far today is a ton on the nose from Niall Cullerton in the previous match. But is that going to be gazumped by Stuart White here, who wants double 8 for 136?
Games on the third
That
leg,
is
Stuart
absolutely magnificent. Glistening darts from Stuart White. A 136 to
Fourth leg
lead
Neil to
2-1.
throw first.
And the league
Emo.
leader, Neil Duff, could well be in a bit of peril here.
85.
During that last break, we had a little discussion about the lack of big finishes. And right on cue, we get a 136. Only our second
41.
10 plus finish of the day so far.
We've been waiting for the blue touch paper to
100.
be lit, and that may well be the moment. Growing in confidence.
123. 85.
Duff was left on 61 when Stuart White took out that 136, so would have poised himself
58.
maybe for at least at the worst case scenario, dart at double.
$100.
Again, we've seen from Neil Duff all week is drawing on that vast experience. Just no panic. Acknowledges the quality
97.
finish and
Neil, you're
moves on.
131. $91.
Two young players in this Group A in Rose and Van Velzen. Be observing the way he goes about his business.
95. Neil, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg, Neil Duff.
And the observation there is a 16 dart leg for Neil Duff. Tops hit to a piece. So big best of 3 here.
Fifth leg, Stewart to throw first.
2 out of 3 on the
Emo.
doubles for Duff. 2 out of 2. Stuart White.
Tidy contest.
78.
That wasn't tidy. And perhaps his form yesterday was reflected on how
60.
the markets have moved in terms of winning the week. Neil Duff is now the 4-1 favourite to go on a win week 3. Adam Hunt's drifted out to the 8-1. Matt Dennant and Conan Whitehead are the 9-2
58.
second favourites to go on and win the week here. Johnny Haynes at an interesting 9-1. Now, Sydney's a player who's had form here.
And success.
190.
Beat Neil Duff in that final to qualify for Champions Week in Series 2.
$83.
Matt didn't like Conan Whitehead. Had a call up for the Pro Tours last weekend. He'll come into this
70.
on the back of playing some real high-level darts in a very high-level environment, of course.
134. $57.
The
George
ball
Roy,
was the shot with that final dart.
148.
Now he's in a situation, unless he goes 54 tops, it's a combination that requires two troubles to get to a double.
134.
Doesn't even get that, so can only set up. Stuart White back to
94.
double 4 for 3-2.
Georgia require 8.
Hasn't missed one at double yet. Has now, but has got another couple in hand.
6.
Opportunity presented to Neil Duff.
40.
Tops for the break, tops for 3-2, and then to throw for the match. Tops is found, and he's a leg away from continuing this miraculous winning run. This would be 7 in a row.
6-leg Neil to
8 in 9.
Game on. $84.
Breeds winning.
That last leg kind of exuded where the players are in terms of where they've been in terms of confidence and where they are in the group. Stuart White just a little bit tentative to get over the line in that last leg. Neil Duff ran towards winning it.
58.
Sometimes it's that approach where you see, oh, please don't miss. And the other side of the coin is, I'm going to hit this.
97. $100.
Strong start. So this leg continues.
100.
134.97 and a ton. Remember, it was Duff that had the darts here to get the match won. Needs another.
80. George require 170.
Well, he's cost himself an opportunity to finish by straying into the one. Would have been on 160.
98.
And so all he can do here is hit and hope. He's not doing much hitting.
49.
Hardly any hitting.
Georgia
And so
requires
Stuart White, 72 to accrue the break back to send us all the way. Another one of them will give himself a dart at tops to level this game up at 3 apiece. And when it's come to the doubling, he has been nigh on perfect. Just that slip in that visit in the previous leg. But apart from that, he's been perfect.
7th and final leg, Stuart to throw first.
3 legs he's won. He's hit the double first time of asking.
That was the all-important break back coming in 15 darts.
43.
A poor start. Be music to the ears. Hearing Danny McNamara call out 43.
100.
What a job he's done this week, Danny McNamara. One of the world's top officials.
134.
Rising star of the game. I think we're going to see him on 1 or 2 big stages as his career moves forward.
$196. 60.
It's his first of the match, and what a time to get it. Is
60.
this
Stuart require 144.
7-match streak. But Neil Duff about to come to an end. Double 12 to do it in some style.
132.
That would have been for the second ton top of the game, having already nailed the 136. Duff has to fill this up. Simple as that.
138.
Going to happen.
Stuart
And so
require
double
12.
6. Now double 3. One left in hand.
Nine.
Doesn't go.
Neil require
so Neil Duff-
143.
To get himself out of jail, wants 143. That would have been absolutely incredible if he did.
Yeah, still stays switched
107.
on because he knows plenty can go
Stuart
wrong with this
require
3.
1 for double 1.
Game,
To condemn
shot,
Duff
and the
to
match,
defeat
Stuart White.
and keep Cullerton well and truly in the race. Stuart White gets the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3. 2 games that have gone to 7-leg deciders, and 2 games which in the 7th leg have created results that's going to give us a race towards the line as the afternoon develops. Stuart White then a 4-3 victor against Neil Duff. After the break, we're going to see Noel Cullerton in action. He can now go level on points with the Duff man if he beats Bradley Rose.
So then, defeat for Neil Duff in our last match has opened the door for Niall Cullerton to join the Northern Irishman on 18 points with a win here. A comprehensive victory would even see him leapfrog Duff and into top spot. Things are getting very, very interesting indeed. As for Roos, he'll have a bit of a spring in his step, having claimed a comfortable 4-1 victory over Adam Hunt last time out. Can he use that as a platform for the remainder of the week? Confirmation also that Van Velzen is mathematically in Group C for the remainder of the week. Let's rejoin Henry and Mace to find out how this next one unfolds.
Thank you very much, Abby. And the race is intensifying now, isn't it, for finals night on Saturday evening. How the pendulum has swung over the course of the last two matches. And now Cullerton himself had to survive a scare against Marvin Van Velzen, who had an inclined level of performance against him at 86.64. Cullerton getting over the line in the end, having missed 5 match darts originally before then being pegged back to 3 apiece. And then that defeat for Neil Duff and that previous game to Stuart White has opened the door back up to him. So 3 rounds of fixtures
First leg,
left.
Bradley to throw
2
first.
points between them.
Game on.
You had your 10 pence. What would you be saying, Mace?
Well, it could be a potential banana skin,
60.
but I think Neil would have taken, or Niall should I say, would have taken a lot of confidence from just getting over the line last time out, especially after losing to Neil Duff in his opening match. He sort of steadied the ship, and I expect him to kick on here.
81.
This wouldn't surprise me if it was a maybe 4-1 in favour of Niall.
41. $125. 41.
So after that prediction, 70 average incoming.
140.
Meanwhile, for Bradley Rose, back-to-back visits of 125, 140, leaving himself on 95.
123. Bradley require 95.
Treble leaves the double. But it doesn't have to go that way. Cullerton not on a finish. So double 14 takes the opener in the space of 15 darts. A 95 finish for Bradley Rose to take the lead against Niall Cullerton by a leg to nil.
Second leg, Niall to throw first. Game on.
Bradley got the win over Niall on Monday. In fact, his 2 wins on Monday
45.
came against Niall and Neil, the 2 at the top of the table.
40.
Revenge yesterday, though. Cullerton winning 4-2. Average just shy of 84
100.
in the process.
You're telling me he could act like a spoiler today?
100.
Could well do. He's only beaten 4-3 in his opening match. Bounced back with a 4-1 win over
140.
Adam Hunt.
$60. 60.
Most realistically here needs a 2 treble visit. Himself on a finish and leave himself
100.
hanging around.
Well,
Cullerton then 6 on 156 to level up proceedings. I'm going to go this time, but looking to leave it handy.
60.
That would be the shot, although that 60 leads him on a treble to double combination.
$59. Now you require
So to level up
96.
proceedings, Cullerton wants 96. Treble 19 would have left the double. We saw a little bit of an
40.
exhibition of finishing for Stuart
Bradley
White. Hit the
O'Connor,
136. Missed a double
142.
12 for 144 in the previous match against Neil Duff. Is Bradley Rose going to treat us to a 142 here? It's going to be double 11 for what would have been a showbiz
120.
shot.
Nolly require 56.
Tops to level.
16. Bradley require 22.
Well, he was just west of the target. Straight down the line. Double 4, other side of the board.
18. Nolly require
So
40.
Cullerton comes back for tops to level up at 1 apiece. Survive darts for a 2-0 deficit,
20.
but cannot find the dart to level it back up.
Bradley
And so
require
Rose is going to
4.
return, and he's going to get another go at double 2. Can he find a way past the post and in?
No
Oh,
score.
that's dangled in and out.
Nolly require
Quite sure it-
20.
And the target, very close though. Oh, they are having a shocker.
No score.
Yeah, I think that dart just dangled
Bradley
underneath the wire,
require
didn't it? Just
4.
underneath it to the bottom.
Game
But that
on the second
one
leg,
finds the
Bradley
wire and he
Rose.
apologises for winning the leg. Don't apologise, Bradley. That's your job, man. Break your throat. 2-0 lead for Bradley Rose.
Third leg Bradley to throw first. Game on.
As for Niall Cullerton, he looks up at the skies, maybe looking for some divine inspiration. He's going to need a divine intervention
60.
here.
None from 8 on the doubles for Cully.
45.
Has
140.
Bradley gone back to the sort of medium length stem because they're going a lot straighter
66.
than when he went back to a shorter stem. They seem to be entering a lot cleaner. Yeah, because these ones are blue. The other
83.
ones were white, weren't they?
There's been a little bit of chopping and changing to his equipment over the course
I
of the
don't
week.
mind that. He
100.
feels that it's not working. Change it up.
What does they say about the definition of insanity? Try the same thing 100 times and expect to get the same results.
Well, they're still a short stem, but they're
190.
a completely different type. And
140. Bradley require 38.
they may well be even a bit shorter.
Game on the third
Well,
leg.
whatever he's
Bradley
done.
Rose.
It's worked for him there, despite that middle leg where they both couldn't buy a double.
Fourth leg Niall to
Either
throw
side
first.
of that, it's
Game
been
on.
a 15 darter for Bradley and a 14.
45.
Whilst Niall Cullerton has put in a bit of a shocker at the worst possible time.
Well, just when he had that opportunity to join Duff
100.
on 18 points, he's maybe overthought it.
$135.
It looked like the setup before it was, well, maybe
58.
just a smidge smaller.
$140.
Bit more like it for Niall.
$140.
Bradley Rose's big scores have come at crucial times. He's saved them for when they've mattered. And that just forced the
45.
issue a little bit of Niall Cullerton. He is first to have finished, but Bradley Rose can leave it a lot more handy than 136.
99. Now you require 136.
Hail Mary time.
May have to go. It's not going to. Trouble 19 will leave tops.
58.
The 104 for the
Bradley
match.
require 104.
Taking 95 out. Went close to 142.
$56.
The big difference is
Now you
the
require
darts have been
78.
landing in over the 60 rather than constantly below and blocking it. Double 12 to stay alive.
54.
Doesn't
Bradley
go.
require
And so Bradley
48.
Rhodes, 48 for a 4-0 win, which completely opens up the door for Neil Duff to get the job done. Well, that's straight into the double 7. And so that means double 17, the least frequently hit double on the
14.
board, is not found this
Now you
time.
require
And so
24.
Cullerton returns for double 12 to get a leg back on the board. Sixers.
12.
Well, that is now 13 missed darts of
Bradley
double in this
require
game
34.
for Niall Cullerton, and Bradley Rose will return to the board straight at double 17. He will attack the doubles, but can he find a way through? No, he
score.
can't. And so Cullerton will come
Bradley
back.
require 12.
And whilst there is a flicker, while there is a glimmer, and whilst there is hope, there is a chance. But he's got to take this first opportunity,
Team
and he
from the
does.
fullback,
Brings it
Niall
back to
Cullerton.
3-1, but Bradley Rose now has the darts to seal a 4-1 success.
It's following a bit of a
Fullback Bradley to
pattern,
throw
this
first.
one.
Game on.
Leg 1, 15 darts. The even leg, a 25 darter. The odd leg,
45.
14. Leg 4, 24. So I was going to say, let's expect a 5-visit leg incoming. But with the
45.
45, that's going to make it a little tough.
$100.
Niall Cullerton's just got to think of the mentality of, this isn't going to be pretty. Just get the points on the board. At least if you got the points, you're still in the game.
43.
You've just got Adam Hunt up next, who, I have to say, we're really disappointed with in his previous match. It was an off game from absolutely nowhere. Been averaging 80s,
70.
mid-80s for the most part, and then had a real struggle against Bradley last time out.
45.
It's just been a real erratic performance.
$100.
It's to lose from here.
And it may well be Neil Duff's group to lose from
83.
here. You'll edge one step closer. Would mean that the door would be open
96.
and to pretty much get the job done if he beat Adam Hunt in the next.
83. Bradley require 90.
Treble 18 for double. May have a look at splitting.
72.
The split was the play there, the 2 or the 8.
$27.
Surely will split now.
Bradley require
With Cullerton
18.
back on 175.
Going straight for it. And hits
Clean
it.
Shot and the match.
And picks up
Bradley
a
Rose.
bit of a shock win against Niall Cullerton, who did have the opportunity to join Neil Duff on 18 points, but it's Bradley Rose who takes the spoil. A really off-colour performance from Niall Cullerton, 64-55, missing 15 darts at a double. Right, when we come back, an opportunity for Neil Duff to stretch his lead at the top as he faces Adam Hunt.
Neil Duff then looking to return to winning ways, having been beaten in a decider and defeated for the first time in 7 matches last time out. You expect a bit of a reaction from the WDF World Champ in this one as he looks to edge himself to within touching distance of mathematically qualifying for finals night with a win here. To see whether he can do that against Adam Hunt, let's get back to the chaps in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Well, we've got a bit of a theme going so far today. We're now 7 of our 15 matches deep on the final day of Group A. And all the players who have had throw have won all of the matches. 7 out of 7. Well, will that continue here? It will be a bit of a shock. Adam Hunt facing Neil Duff. Adam's 10 to 11. Neil Duff.
First leg, Adam to
Very
throw
backable
first.
4 to
Game
5,
on.
despite being defeated 4-3 last time out. We've not seen anything so far
95.
today from Adam Hunt to suggest he will get the better of Neil Duff. Do you concur?
100.
Well, you have to on the merits of how both players have performed. Maybe up until that last game, you could have made a case for Adam Hunt, but because he put in such a low average, we don't know how he's going to
55.
respond to it. So you don't really want to touch it or back it, really. So just wonder as well now, Neil Duff
140.
can see the finishing line almost in front of him. And we said
And he would have been buoyed, of course, by Bradley beating Niall last time out.
100.
we said it before, didn't we, that a player of his quality, they look at a finishing line and they run towards it. They don't get tentative towards that position.
91.
He's won Group A's before. He's only missed out in Group A's before. He lost 1 week on head-to-head records on winning Group A.
55. Neil require 170.
We've already seen the fish this week from Bradley Rose, although Duff didn't have to go for it on this occasion with his opponent back on 196. It's been
98.
quite a comfortable leg, really, against the darts of the Duff man.
$45. Neil requires 72.
Double 18, and now double 9.
54.
Not to beat.
Adam require 150.
So can Adam Hunt find a 151? This would have been out of the blue when you consider the passages of play in this opening leg.
91. Neil require 18.
Only going to be one dart, a double 4.
Gauge
Double
on the
4
first
foul,
leg,
1-0
Neil
Duff. Breaker throw for the Irishman, the reigning WDF World Champion.
Second leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Making the ideal start with that breaker throw. The breaker throw he needed at some point to win the match.
100.
Getting it nice and early.
Now then, mate, I have a little bit of a tungsten teaser for you.
Oh, hello.
123.
Here we go.
It's your favourite time of the day, isn't it?
I do enjoy a tungsten teaser.
So, tomorrow is the finals night for the Premier League, the
29.
playoffs. Competition which began in 2005, but what was the venue for the first ever Premier League playoff night back in
100.
2005? Where was it held?
Stoke.
That was the opening night of that competition.
It was.
46.
You can get in contact with us via social media at MSS Darts on Twitter. Send in your suggestions. No Googling or Binging or whatever other Ask Jeeves. Is that still about?
58.
Ask Jeeves. What even is that?
We're going back to 2009 with that.
55.
Yeah, we'll give you the answer to that in just a bit. So send in your
140.
tweets and your thoughts and what you think the answer could be to that.
$104. Adam require 80.
To level this game up at 1 apiece. Going to be one dart at tops, providing he hits a single. providing he hits the single.
Neil, you require 100.
How many times have we seen that over the course of the last couple of days? And can Neil Duff punish to the absolute hilt? Not on this occasion.
139.
But he does the next best job in setting up. If Hunt can't mop up.
Oh, double five.
35. Neil, you require 28.
That was not thrown with a lot of confidence, Henry. I remember.
No score.
I remember the final.
Adam, you require
Taylor beat
5.
Lloydie.
Bit of a demolition job, wasn't it?
Game
It
shot on the
was.
second leg, Adam Hunt.
It could have been a bit of a demolition job for Duff, but blown the opportunity there of levelling,
Third
of
leg, Adam to
taking a 2-0 lead.
Game on.
Adam Hunt levels with a 20 dart breaker throw.
$42.
Well, I do know it, and it's fairly random because it was never played there again, and I don't know why, because it's
140.
probably because it was too big, but not now. Well, should I say they've never had a
80.
final there again since?
$180.
First one of the match goes to Neil Duff.
So we're going to be on for a
57.
third consecutive break of throw in this game.
$60.
Well, he's at one with himself now, isn't he, Adam Hunt? He's not just
82.
playing an
Neil, you require
opponent, he's playing himself.
121.
Yeah, and it's the first sort of negative reactions we've seen from him.
47.
And I think one of his best attributes usually has been how headstrong he can be. Even when he had a couple of struggles on Monday, you never really saw the head drop.
But
100.
in fairness
Neil,
to
you
him,
require
he's
74.
gone through the ringer over the past couple of days, so you don't mind seeing the odd
Game
almost
shot on the third leg, Neil.
aghast at how everything seems to be going so wrong, but there's nothing wrong with that from Duff. 14
Fourth leg,
dart
Neil
break
to
of throw.
first. Game on.
And a 2-1 lead. And this will be the leg where he will want to put the kick in. With the darts, he can open up a two-leg buffer,
100.
two-leg cushion, and make it feel like an almost unsurmountable task for Adam Hunt.
60.
And he's been the class player in the group, Neil Duff. He's been the standard bearer. He's been the player to beat.
Absolutely.
44.
He's the one that's shown the mental capacity to deal with any kind of disaster.
140.
He's going about his business.
93. Neil, you require 121.
Treble 16 is the shot. And finds it bang in the middle.
105.
A 13 dart on the back of a 14 in the previous leg.
89. Neil, you
Seen him
require
do this in
16.
spells a few times over the last couple of days. Ooh.
8.
You could hear the reaction of Neil Duff, the cry of "come on." That dart is missed. It doesn't matter the scenario it is, because he knows that now that's going to be put under severe pressure, that double four, following the Hunt Max.
Game shot on the
Taken
fourth
first
leg,
time of
Neil
asking.
Duff.
3-1 lead for Neil Duff.
First hold of throw in the match.
Fifth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Are we about to buck the trend of players on the left winning?
131.
Shift of momentum from the left to the right.
Sounded quite political.
135.
We'll leave the politics out of it, shall we?
Best do.
We'll save that for 1 o'clock tomorrow night.
140.
Question time with Chris Mason.
Ooh, could you imagine?
100.
End of career.
Well, if you're going to do it, at least do it in a blaze of glory.
$82.
I'd be trading the Aston for an Alfa Romeo.
55. Adam Irwar, 148. $81.
Just apply a bit of pressure on the
100. Adam Irwar,
67 and ask a question. Double 16.
35.
Aye, aye, aye.
Irwar, 111.
To do it in style.
Game shot.
And Nelson for
that's
Neil Duff to
Duff.
seal the points and to put him on to 20 points by getting the better of Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 1. And he can almost taste Saturday night's final now. Can the Duff man? An 88.46 average, 4 out of 12 on the doubles, and finishing off with a ton plus checkout to get the better of Adam Hunt by 4 legs to 1. So, Cullerton now is going to have to be perfect from here on in. Neil Duff is on the cusp of Saturday night. After the break is Van Velzen against White.
So then, we already know that Marvin van Velzen will be competing in Group C for the remainder of the week. Stuart White could guarantee himself a Group B spot if he picks up the points here. Defeat to Neil Duff in our last game means that Adam Hunt will not be able to catch the ADC qualifier if he moves on to 16 points. Let's hand you back to Mason Henry to talk you through the action.
Thank you, Abby. So here we go, game 9 of our day, and it sees Marvin van Velzen up against Stuart White. So it can pretty much wrap up the B and C split in terms of Thursday and Friday. It means that the last thing we'll be playing for is to who wins the group, and even that could be settled in a couple of matches' time. What are you expecting in this one, Mace?
On the back of what we've seen so far, I'm not so sure. Marvin ran Niall close, and then Bradley pulled off a shock against Niall. And of course, Stuart got the better of Neil Duff.
First leg, Marvin to throw first.
You would think.
Game on.
You would think Stuart would be just too reliable for Marvin van Velzen.
26.
Yeah, my advice would be get a cold one out of the fridge, maybe. Sit back and enjoy. Coming for a few
42.
cold ones this afternoon, pal. Got to be a bit of pub garden weather, hasn't it?
Bit of R&R.
Yeah.
31.
Sun's out. Guns out.
Well, not in my case.
$100.
I have to go over to Port Sowen again at some point.
I was
140.
over there Sunday. Enjoying a afternoon.
Hope you were tucked up by bedtime.
I was.
190.
Down there a few hours on the yacht and a
135.
couple of glasses of shampoo.
Mind you, if you were going on a yacht, that's probably all you could afford afterwards.
28. $99. Stuart require
Myself and
151.
Danny were down there, our referee.
Thanks for the invite.
66.
We went out for
Marvin,
more than
you
an
require
hour, so
70.
no good for you.
One at tops. He's been good when he's had
50.
one die in hand at tops, but not on this occasion. And so
85.
Stuart White returns at 85 for the breaker throw in the opening leg. We're all about the 15s.
That's okay. Takes the bull out of the equation. Tops he needs. Tops he
80 on the first
gets.
leg, Stuart
180
White.
in the leg, an 18 dart breaker throw, and the 85 kill. 1-0.
Second leg, Stuart to throw first. Game on.
Reminder, of course, that both these players will be back on Thursday and
60.
Friday, respectively, here at the MODUS Super Series. And in terms of how the groups split up in Group B, we will
100.
see Matthew Dennant, Johnny Haynes and Andy Jenkins enter the fray, whilst Group C will see Conan Whitehead, Jeremy Fagg returning, as well as Trina Gulliver entering the fray.
134.
There's a fair bit of pace amongst a few of them players. Johnny Haynes especially, he really gets on with it.
29.
I'm intrigued to see when the sportsbook opens for Group B what price Johnny Haynes is to win it. I think the way he's been playing at the minute, I think he could be, even that who doesn't win the group, I think he'll be the standout player or the big name player in it, the one to catch.
Well, Conan Whitehead as well is coming in on the back of a bit of form. He's been playing in the ADC Vault Series, hasn't he? Locally. Well, local to him, should I say.
95.
Yes, and dominating locally as well.
98. Stuart require 154.
He's catching that real love of the game, hasn't he? And we're going to be hearing a lot from Conan over the next couple of days as well.
47.
Annoying him with an interview.
Oh, I annoy everyone with interviews, mate. It's the one disadvantage of qualifying for Saturday night is they know that I'll be coming through the
46.
corridor with a microphone in my
Stuart
hand.
require 107.
87 left.
47. Marvin, you require 170.
The fish for Marvin. Not to be this time, and so White is back for 60 for a 2-0 lead.
44. Stuart requires 60.
And he found tops on the back of 85 in leg 1. Can he find tops here for 2-zip?
Game on the second leg.
Here's
Stuart
the
White.
answer. Certainly didn't need a treble 20 to bust.
Third leg Marvin to throw first. Game on.
They're the size of the doubles back in your day, mate, wasn't it?
93.
Definitely wants a treble now. Getting a couple of trebles. He's filling up!
190.
It's his second of the match. His average approaches 90.
134.
Good reply.
$85. 85.
Now Cullerton, Adam Hunt to follow.
$62.
Win for Niall.
26.
Still leaves Duff with work to do. Neil Duff next in action
96.
in a few matches' time against Marvin. Win there for Neil Duff, and it's done and dusted.
131.
Relevant
George
of what
Roy,
Niall
78.
Cullerton does against Adam Hunt. Are we going to see 3 out of 3 on double wide, nearly at the 60 that time?
58. Marvin, you require 32.
And after the first dart goes out, though, you actually get scared of that second dart, that dart you get at the double.
Game
There's
on
no
the third leg,
scare about
Marvin
that double
Van
16 for
Velzen.
Van Velzen. Back to 2-1.
First started a double that Stuart White has missed.
Fourth leg, Stuart to throw first.
Instead of 3-0.
Game on.
He's now got a bit of a contest on his hands. Does have the darts here, though.
$60. 40. 140.
Would have been his third max of the game. It's his first ton 40.
$44.
And it's been Stuart White that's dictated the tempo of this game. And down to him as to if he's going to win a leg or lose a leg ultimately.
57. 134. $26. 140.
And 140 puts Van Velzen first to a finish. Looking to pull it back to 2 apiece. And since White's 140, well, he's gone completely off the boil.
44. Average require 143.
So 6 and 143 for 2 apiece.
46.
All about leaving it handy now for Stuart White. Do have a couple of big trebles. What's going to happen? So Van Velzen 97.
92.
To level this game back up.
97.
So one died at double 12, and that was
73.
wild.
Sure to require 82.
And so White, the opportunity to make it 3-1. 82 is what he wants. Went the bullseye route. So 19. And the bullseye.
Game
Oh, the
on
middle of the
board,
diddle does
Stuart
solve the
White.
riddle for Stuart White to open up a 3-1 lead. When it's come to the doubling, he's been near perfect. 3 out of
Fifth leg
4.
Mervyn to throw first. Game on. $84.
Strange match, this one. Spells, it's been absolutely brilliant.
121.
One of those you can't really put your finger on. Our job is to try and make sense of it, but sometimes you just can't.
85.
No, he's had 3 scores of between a ton and 139, 140, 2 180s. He's 3 out of 4 on the doubles.
96.
And averaging 82.5. If I just looked at that, I think, oh, he's going to be having a big average here.
27. $60.
Just plays in spells, doesn't he?
And that might be the difficulty when it comes to Group B, because you're going to come up against players where you're going to have to produce that brilliance
57.
for the whole, possibly 7 legs.
Yeah, for the duration of the match.
It's things he's been able to get away with in Group A, which he won't be able to get
58.
away with against the likes of Matt Dennett, against the likes of Johnny Haynes, if it's to be Group B. And even in Group C, the likes of Trina Gulliver, Jeremy White, you won't be able to get away with those sorts of things against.
134.
I think to a certain extent, the players coming in on Thursday and Friday might actually lick their lips over the proposition.
43.
So sure.
Revenue require 114.
He's a tricky customer. Always seems to be there or thereabouts, even in
Game on the
defeat.
fifth leg,
That's a beautiful
Mervyn Van Velzen.
ton plus out. Keeping the match alive. The finishing from both has been really good, hasn't it?
Six leg Stewart
And
to
the bits in the middle,
throw
hasn't it? I
first.
mean, the scoring phase at times for Stuart White's been really good, but then there's
Game
been a
on.
couple of moments here and there. But I mean, in general, I think those players will look at who come in will look at the groups that they're placing and think they'll stand a chance of getting through. But I just wonder as well,
93.
maybe at this point in the group where the common theme has been a little bit of caginess, that removing themselves from this particular group and moving themselves into something else
135.
might actually be to their benefit.
Well, we've seen it before, haven't we? How people are reinvigorated on the Thursday because it is a
80.
completely fresh start. But You tend to see the best from players when they're ultimately free rolling and playing with absolute freedom.
125.
Of course, in this situation, there's no pressure on Marvin whatsoever.
60.
All the pressure is on Stuart White. He's still not absolutely guaranteed
30.
a place in Group B. I think it'd be very unfortunate for him not to be in Group B as it stands.
125.
There are a few permutations that would have to go against him.
And I think on the balance of play over the first 3 days, a top 3 finish would be about right for what he's done.
32. Stuart White 140.
Well, as it stands at the moment, best player is Neil Duff. He's on top. Second best player, Niall Cullerton. He's in second. Third best player, Stuart White. He's in third.
So what you're saying is the table's not lying.
83.
No, not on this occasion. Far from it.
That's a nice setup just to ask the question to Stuart White, who has 60 for the match. Tops.
Game.
For another White win, which will see him in Group B come Thursday and Friday evening. He gets the better of Marvin van Velzen by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 81 average and 4 out of 5 when it came to the doubles. We're going to take a short break. Noel Cullerton is in must-win territory, a defeat to Adam Hunt, and it is Neil Duff who progresses through to Saturday night's final.
6 matches to go in Group A then, and if Niall Cullerton fails to win in this next match, it will confirm Neil Duff as the first player through to Saturday night's finals night. He's taken on a player he's already beaten twice this week in Adam Hunt. Hunt, of course, the winner of Group A the last time he was here, but it's a Group C campaign that awaits him this time around. As you can see, sat 4th in the table as things stand. To see whether Cullerton can keep the race for finals night alive, let's get back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. So it is a case of game on or game over as far as Niall Cullerton is concerned. He takes on Adam Hunt in this particular battle. And, well, I just wonder what we're going to see from the pair after the last game. Niall Cullerton really struggled, didn't he, against Bradley Rose. There was an in-kind of performance from Adam from his game against Bradley to Neil Duff, but Duff doing what Duff does and averaging around 88.5, 4 out of 12 on the doubles and winning by 4 legs to 1 now. He knows his fate is sealed as well. The Hunter, he's going to be in Group C tomorrow and Friday, so these last couple of games will be all about trying to build the confidence levels
81
ahead of that.
These two had a bit of a shocker, didn't they, on
40.
On Monday?
30.
No, as it was on Monday. It was the opening match on Monday. And Niall won it 4-0 with an 88-41. And then Niall
60.
won this clash 94-38. 4-3, a much tighter game. 86-58, 3 out of 4 on the doubles from Adam Hunt on that occasion. But yeah, last time out,
140. Adam require 161.
Niall averaged 64-55. A real smelly one.
137.
Well, anything but here because he's left double 12 after 12 here, Adam.
Adam require 24. Game shot on the first leg, Adam Hunt.
Some leg. 13 dart break of throw and went through that sequence of 7 consecutive matches when I mentioned it, where all the players on throw had won. Since then, back to back
96
breaks, with those throwing second winning consecutive matches.
As they say, the curse of the commentator.
Spot on.
In fact, we went for a run at some point in this particular group.
100.
We had
16 or something.
11 consecutive games go with throw.
100.
Yeah, I think it's 12 out of the last 16. Jeez.
88.
Which is not good news for Niall Cullerton in a game he has to win, and he has the darts in, because you know what Sod's Law is like. Once you have a statistic like that, it usually goes the other way round when it matters.
140.
Well, yeah, depending on the result here, if it does go against
80.
Niall, we can
Adam
confirm
require 77.
our lineup for Group B and Group C. And of course, we'll know our first player through to Saturday night's final.
Adam Hunt.
And where has this come from? From Adam Hunt. Break a throw in leg 1, followed by a hold, an average of 107.36.
Crazy game, and now Neil Duff suddenly
81.
is 2 legs away from making it through to Saturday night.
28.
Here's the side view of the players' action.
85. 80. 45. 81. 100. 80.
Oh, Colleton with throw. Looking good here. Peg one back.
100.
140 would make things a little more interesting.
140. Now you require 90.
Got to be treble 20. Oh,
52. Adam, you require 92.
double 16. Another cracking leg.
76. Now you require 38.
Is that the miss that opens up the door for Niall Cullerton? Double 19.
19.
Not to be.
Adam, you
And is it
require
beginning to slip
16.
away from his fingers? Is Adam Hunt now going to effectively put Neil Duff on the hill?
No score.
Oh, that was low. That was
Now you
dragged low.
require 19.
3. The double 8. Can he find double 8? There's your
In
answer.
front of the third leg, Niall Cullerton.
Eventually falls over the line and holds throw. A 23 dart hold.
Fourth
And
leg Adam to throw first.
the
Game
issue
on.
with Adam, we've seen plenty of flashes, but again, the missed doubles halting that
100.
confident progress.
$140.
You allow a player back into a leg like that, and it gives them hope and belief.
84.
You don't give a player this caliber and status that
60.
little bit of hope, that little bit of confidence.
Because they would just build on it.
60.
And of course, it casts that element of doubt in your own ability to
45.
dominate a game.
$44.
Remember, it's a must-win game for Niall Cullerton.
81.
Effectively out of his hands because he has to rely on Neil Duff slipping up. But for him, he's got 2 to play. He's got to win them
96.
both. Starting with this one against Adam Hunt, and then his final match is against Stuart White.
90. Adam, you require 117.
Did have a 2-leg buffer.
93. Now you require
We're going to
85.
see levels your devils. 20 and ball.
60.
Oh, line was good.
Adam, you require 24.
That's a nice first start for Adam. The open bid a double 6, a 3-1.
12. Now you
Yeah.
require 25.
It's all about the doubling or the lack of it.
Options. Oh
No
my.
score.
That wasn't one of them.
Adam, you require
Well,
12.
both darts just lacked composure there from Cullerton, and Hunt is back for double 6. Now double 3 for 3-1.
Shot on the fourth leg,
And Neil Duff
Adam Hunt.
is a leg away. Now Cullerton has to win 3 consecutive legs now
Fifth leg,
just
Niles
to
to
harbour
throw
any
first.
hopes
Game on.
of Saturday night's final from Group A. It's slipping away from his fingers. Neil Duff
50.
might get the job done on his behalf by Adam Hunt.
$140. 100. $60. $81.
Oh, he's eking closer now. He's eking closer now.
190.
And now Collerton is hanging on by the barest of fingertips now.
43. Adam require
He's
121.
down to his fingernails.
And they've all been chewed off. Be a bit cheesed off if he loses this particular match.
42. $59. Adam requires 79. $47.
Wasn't forced into anything else there with Cullerton back on 6-8.
42. Adam require 32.
Looks awkward. Yeah, had to go high. Does have the open bed.
16.
No,
Nigel
Cullerton
Maguire,
save it
126.
with a blockbuster.
Hail Mary for Cully. Not to be, and so Adam Hunt comes back for double 8.
60.
So a
Adam
4-1
Maguire,
success,
16.
which would see Neil Duff into Saturday night's final. One left.
Game.
And in it
John-
goes, and Adam Hunt
match,
gets the
Adam
better of Niall
Hunt.
Cullerton by 4 legs to 1, and it is a victory which seals Neil Duff's place in Saturday night's finale here at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-1 success with an 80.29 average despite 14 missed darts at the double for Niall Cullerton. He's going to have to return on Thursday and Friday respectively in Group B, but for Neil Duff, that is it for him. He is into Saturday night's final. Many congratulations goes to him. Next up, Stuart White against Bradley Ross.
So we have our first player through to finals night. Neil Duff will finish top of the Group A table. Stuart White and Bradley Roos back in action next. We already know that White will be back tomorrow night for a Group B campaign. Confirmation of that there, as you can see on the table. Roos, the afternoon session in Group C. Stuart White victorious in both meetings so far this week, but the Dutchman is starting to find something today, aided, of course, by Hunt and Cullerton playing poorly against him, but he's recorded back-to-back 4-1 wins. Can he move on to 12 points with another victory here? Lads, what do you think?
I don't know, but for Bradley Rose, it's time to pull the socks up and tie the laces up. He takes on Stuart White. Also running some repairs here for Bradley Rose. We've all been there, Mace, haven't we? Under pressure to tie the shoelaces up quite quickly.
Not something I've found particularly difficult, but I suppose for you younger people it might still be a bit of a problem.
Double knot it. On the basis of what we've seen so far today, you would put Stuart White in, the 37-year-old from Banbury, as the favourite to go on and win this one, and it's represented by the bookies. He's 4-7 on to claim victory. Bradley Rose, 5-4 outside of the 18-year-old from The Hague.
Yeah, I think that's
First
about
leg,
right.
Stuart
4-7, 5-4. In fact, I'm
Game
surprised
on.
not to see White a little bigger than 4-7.
40.
There's a 4-3 win against the throw for Stuart on Monday against
31.
Bradley. With throw, a bit more convincing on Tuesday. A 4-1 win on that occasion.
84.
Again, it's that reliability of Stuart White, which is going to
41.
keep players like Bradley and Marvin on the back foot. That was certainly the case last time out for Stuart against Marvin, winning
96.
4-2.
$44. $140.
Stuart first to finish, 1-4-1 after 12.
57. Stuart to require 141. $139.
Interesting. I've heard of Route 1 football, but Route 1 darts.
This is Sean Dyche
39.
darts, isn't it? Just lump it forward and hope the double one is converted.
Game shot on the
It
first leg,
worked.
Stuart White.
Well, if it works, it's hard to criticise, and obviously, I think he did that on purpose, surely. 17 dart hold, all the same.
Second leg, Bradley
4
to
to 7.
Rovers.
Soon become
Game on.
1-4.
$125. $134.
I just wonder, Stuart White now, he knows he's in Group B, he could play with a little bit more freedom, and maybe as a consequence of that,
100.
we're seeing him just relax a little, and we're seeing something a little bit better from him. In terms of the scoring phase of the game, we're definitely seeing that. It was that good, he decided, you know what, we'll have 139 to leave
140.
1-1.
I think it's just a case of him piecing
$140.
best elements of his game altogether in one go, and we'll see good performances. We've seen good performances from him, but
55.
it's just one of those things. You either
136.
finish really well and your scoring's just off, or you score really, really well and miss a few darts at doubles.
60.
125, ton 140 and 60. And Bradley is taking him down to 76 after 12.
85. Bradley requires 76.
Tops for a level game.
36.
Not to
George
be, and so
O'Quire, 87.
Stuart White is back for a 2-0 lead. 87 is what he wants. Well, that treble 3 means 78 left, so of course he'll go for the 18s. He will square up for
47.
tops and hope that Rose can't convert
Bradley
that particular
requires
target
40.
himself. That's a nice lie. Now double 10, one left in hand.
Game on the second leg.
Bound.
Bradley Rose.
Level we are, one apiece.
Third leg Stewart to throw first. Game on.
As we know, Bradley's going to be in Group
58.
C tomorrow and Friday afternoon, as will Marvin Van Velzen and Adam Hunt too. They'll be joined by Conan Whitehead, Jeremy Fagan, Trina Gulliver. As for
55.
Group B, it'll be Niall Cullerton, Stuart White being joined by Matt Dennett, Andy Jenkins and Johnny Haynes.
Good luck with that.
140.
It's not a, well, in terms of viewing and commentating, enjoyable. Involved in a group like that as a player,
140.
the tough prospect.
This is why you're very much happy to be sat in this seat.
Absolutely.
Oh, 133.
133 to himself on 170.
$59. George require 170.
The fish. God, Stuart, go for it. Another one of them. Bullseye. Oh, and that would have been an exact revenge to Bradley Rhodes, who nailed the big fish yesterday. That coming against Neil Duff.
60. George require 33.
For 2-1.
The big number. 5 for double 4.
29.
Making heavy weather of this so far.
$45. George require 4.
Double 2. For 2-1. Can he plonk one just on top? Yes, he can. He leads 2-1. His highest checkout, though, is 4.
Is that even a checkout?
According to the stats,
Fourth
it
leg
is.
Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Although it was a very cheeky 139 to leave the double 1 in the first leg.
96.
An admirable and somewhat humorous moment here at the Super Series.
$58.
Don't forget, there is time to get in touch with us about the Tungsten Teaser. Where was the venue for the first ever Premier League playoff finals night?
66.
1 or 2 have got that question correct. 1 or 2 have got it wrong.
Give them a shout out then. Not the ones that got it wrong.
100.
Hearing a couple of voices in the gallery getting the correct answer.
58. Bradley O'Hara 125.
We'll start on the bullseye here, Bradley Rose. That's a single 10, so 115 left. Decides to stay for the bull. Oh, okay.
110.
Well, I'd say that the lineup for the whole Premier League: Phil Taylor, Colin Lloyd, Peter Manley, Roland Shelton, Mark Durbridge, John Part, and Wayne Mardle.
100. Bradley O'Hara 15.
Two fours, and now two twos.
Game shot on the
Two
forward
twos for
line,
2-2.
Bradley Rose.
It's a double Desmond.
Fifth leg Stewart to throw first. Game on.
No surprise, the 12 matches Taylor played in that 2005 campaign remained unbeaten. It's the one draw.
62.
2.
There wasn't many draws. that year.
100.
Well, Stuart White has piled in the first max of his match.
Colin Lloyd was the only player to get a point against him.
That was back in the days when Lloyd was at his
97.
peak of the powers. That was the same year when he won the match play, wasn't it, 05?
It was a great game. Taylor averaged 102. Lloyd averaged 99.
100.
The first time was so nice, he just had to do it twice, and a nice little show of respect from Bradley Rose. From nowhere, he's on for an 11 dart leg, Stuart White.
Stuart O'Hara 79.
He's going some unusual ways here. Doing everything he can to leave tops.
39. Bradley O'Hara 164.
The 164. Treble 18. Bullseye! And that was almost oh so brilliant from Bradley Rose.
Stuart
The ball wire.
O'Hara 40.
A 13 darter. A 5-visit leg to make it 3-2. Double 10 is found for Stuart White. And he's one away from the victory post.
Yep, 2 180s in the leg. Nice little
6-leg
15
Bradley
dart
to throw first.
hold.
Game on.
All the legs going with throws so far. Yeah, that 6-6 draw with Lloyd. It was actually the opening night. That was at the King's Hall in Stoke.
120.
It was actually a forerunner to the Premier League, and it was won by Dennis Smith.
$96.
Yeah, no more draws in darts anymore. The Premier League, the only tournament that gave us that particular permutation. Obviously now in the knockout format in the league phase now, the competition, that doesn't happen.
134. $140.
In terms of format, which one was your
96.
favourite when it came to the Premier League?
I did quite like it when they had like the contender thing come in, and you had a different player
61.
each week. You know, I mean, no, that was because
Bradley
of
O'Hara 151.
someone being unable to play, but I quite enjoyed seeing just a mix of different players.
100.
That original format, and there was 7 in it, and somebody had to play twice each week. I think that was tough going on the players. I think that was a decent format, but I would have it 10,
95.
and I would
Bradley
have the
O'Hara,
option of a draw as well.
51.
I think that makes things more interesting. The thing we used to love about the Premier League is you wouldn't see these big matchups very often. So you knew twice a season in the Premier League you're going to get those dream matchups. I mean, we see them all too frequently now because there's just so much darts, which isn't a bad thing. But yeah, I think with the Premier League, with the same players facing each other effectively week in, week out, made it a little monotonous. 11.
So it's going to be one dart at tops to send us all the way. And he's learnt the lesson from last time, Bradley Rose.
Seventh
so we go all the way
to throw first.
To a deciding leg. Who's going to pick up the points?
.41.
Well, that 41 has opened up the door now for Bradley Rose against the darts.
60. .41.
Nervy stuff now.
45.
Cagey. Is there possibly a feeling that at this point players could go through the motions because all the scenarios have been labelled up now?
No, you can see by the effort being applied and the response to a poor visit 59. That they're still absolutely giving it everything. They want to win these matches. You never know when you might run into each other again. Always got to leave a lasting impression.
96. $140.
Time 40 there means that Rose takes command of the leg.
$96.
One treble means that Bradley's got 6 on 197 to get the job done. 121 is a nice imprint as well. Should get a dart upon his return at the very least to win this game.
Might end up with a few more than that.
22.
Well, somehow
Bradley
he's managed to leave a finish.
76.
16. And tops for Bradley Ross to win the game, not to beat.
Well, 160.
This would be total darting irony if this goes to win it.
Especially the way he left it.
And he's threatened big finishes throughout the course of the day, but he's not going to threaten the 160.
26.
And Rose is back for tops of the match.
40.
Tens.
30.
Inside. And so Stuart White comes back for 134.
Stuart Roy 134.
He's managed 48 points in his past 2 visits. Tops for a 134.
94.
That would have just been cruel.
Bradley, you require 10.
So, for the match, for the win, for the points, 5-5. The bad marker moves it inside. And so Stuart White too. Well, he was in a different postcode at points in this leg. Now has tops to win the leg and thus win the match. Bradley Rose has put the darts away. He thinks it's all over. but it's not.
It might be now.
Bradley, you require 10.
5. Can he use that? Getting further away.
5.
Well, this has
Georgia
been a
require
cruel
20.
towards the finishing line. 10s. It's a
Game,
win for
shot,
White.
And the match.
He gets the
Stuart
better of
White.
Bradley Rose in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And a nice little embrace there from the pair at the end. Stuart White then the 4-3 victor. You can see that there's been a real good camaraderie between this group. 80.7 average, couple of maximums, and Stuart White a 4-3 winner. Next up, Duff van Velzen.
So, as we already know, Neil Duff has qualified for finals night with 2 matches to go this afternoon. One of them against Marvin van Velzen, who's looking for his 2nd win of the day. Duff has been by far the most consistent performer in Group A, but it'll be interesting to see whether there's a dip in that level now that he is already through. To find out if that's the case, here's Henry and Mace.
Thanks, Abby. No, I don't think there'll be no dipping by Duff. He will want to end this group on a high with 2 to play. It will be an all-out attack. Really try and put down a bit of a marker. Let the players coming in that he means business.
Most certainly, and it is now all about all prep for Saturday as far as Neil Duff is concerned. And we've mentioned it so many times this week that this is the one now that he wants to climb the mountain of. He's had so many near misses in this competition, and he wants to put that right.
Maybe the kind of week where that happens. Started off pretty much steady away, got better across the day yesterday, and then it's just sort of continued where he's left off.
41.
The right players won the group, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, absolutely.
54.
There's a potential, of course, for Stuart White to level on points, but the
140.
The void in leg difference. Too big to affect the top of the table.
134.
Stuart White is playing Niall Cullerton. Next up.
100.
Neil was a 1-7 shot for this
30.
match. That's
Will
how.
require 121.
That's how much favour they have in Marvin finding a way to beat Neil Duff. I think it's unlikely.
85. He'll require 68. $48. Marvin, you require 113.
Neil on this tie on Monday. 4-2 with a
73.
94-9.
Neil, you require 20.
Yesterday, Neil did the double over him with a 4-1 win.
10. Marvin, you require 40.
Four missed darts at the double here. Won't help his cause, and you could see the shake of the head
30.
in the background from Neil Duff.
Neil,
He has
you
an opportunity
require
to put
10.
that right here.
5 for Duff. He can close up. And he can in
Change on the first leg.
for 1-0
Neil
lead.
Duff.
Not a vintage leg, but a leg in the leisure nonetheless.
Second leg, Marvin to throw first. Game on. $78.
Remind if you are tuning in to us, don't forget that we're available on social media at MSS Darts on Facebook,
60.
Twitter and Instagram. Do get in touch.
And TikTok.
We're TikToking now, mate, aren't we?
I don't know what it is, but it sounds good. And welcome along to our viewers on
85.
Sporty Stuff TV and those watching via your bookmaker app. And of course, all of you on
125.
YouTube. If you are watching via YouTube, please just quickly hit that subscribe button. Give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to hit that bell where you'll get an alert when we go live and add new content, reviews and previews and interviews.
100.
Very
Marvin, you require
interactive.
158.
Great job by the social content team.
41.
Yeah, if you do want to contact us, direct into the commentary box.
45.
Henry has the
Marvin, you require
Twitter
117.
app open at MSS Darts, all one word. If you've got any questions or comments, get involved.
57.
Any decent ones we'll read out. Give you a name check.
I hear Van Velzen wants 60 to
57.
level this game up at one
Marvin, you
apiece.
require 60.
Tops.
40.
Dragged underneath. That's now
Neil, you're
5 missed darts to double in this
114.
game for Marvin Van Velzen, and Neil Duff returns to 114. 94 left, so treble 18 was the intended target nonetheless.
40. Marvin, you require 20.
So double 10 for Marvin to get things starting from his perspective.
Game
Hurry up,
on the second
Marvin.
leg, Marvin
I'm starving.
Van Velzen. Third leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
Now Neil Duff knows that from the conclusion of today's action, he will be
100.
And a couple of days to enjoy Portsmouth.
The weather to do that as well. Absolutely
39.
stunning down here at the moment. In fact, I think we've got nice weather across the UK, haven't we? Enjoy the summer. Over in a week or so.
140.
Shorts and t-shirt weather before too long.
60.
Or if you're Barzy, that's
70.
12 months of the year. Shorts and sliders. He must have some Scottish blood in him, the way he doesn't feel the cold.
$95.
Bit of a mountain to climb here,
Nearly require
Marvin,
96.
in this leg.
Game on the third
Pins it.
leg, Neil Duff.
15 dart hold, 2-1.
Fourth leg, Marvin to throw first. Game on. $42.
Do you think that 4-1 on Neil Duff is going to come in price to win the week?
59.
I'm not sure. There's some big players coming in, isn't there? With credentials. No more so than
72.
Conan Whitehead, of course, the winner of our Champions Week in Series 1.
121.
I'll be reminding him tomorrow about how I let him win.
1-3-2, anyone?
40.
Joining Conan Whitehead in that winners' club, Raymond Smith and Luke Littler, winner of Series 3 just a couple of weeks ago.
140.
Hard to forget the way he played.
Yeah, he was outstanding. Absolute superstar.
The way he conducted that crowd was
23.
unbelievable. I mean, we were
Beyond his years.
we were stood on that balcony that night, and it was just absolutely crazy when we were talking in links.
And how the crowd were,
65.
took to him as well and enjoyed the fact that he was, although there was one particular match, it was a dead rubber, he just tried to entertain them. And they appreciated that.
125. Nearly require 100.
But were also appreciative of the play as well. They were loud and boisterous, but best of order when it mattered.
86.
A bit of a miscount. Shouldn't matter. Don't think he's scared of any particular double.
30. $20. Marvin, you require 155.
Well, he split, but then couldn't provide the hit. But Van Velzen isn't taking out the 155, and so Duff is back for double 5.
41.
For a 3-1 lead.
You require 10.
Twos never lose. Twos
on the fourth
never
leg, Neil
lose. And Duff opens up a 3-1 lead. The leg away for beating Van Velzen.
We said
Fifth
24
leg, Neil
points
to
is
throw first.
pretty much the number in terms of winning these Group A's. And if he wins this one, which is looking likely, of course, from this point, and then
100.
defeats Bradley in the final match of the session, guess what? It'll be 24 points.
The barometer for Group A
23.
glory. But Group A glory hasn't always represented Saturday night success, though, at the Super Series.
100.
Often been a poison chalice.
I still think no one's managed to get that formula as correctly as Jelle Klatten has. Unless your name, of course, is Luke Littler, where you just turn up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, win your group, Thursday, Friday, bit of chill on the Xbox, Saturday, go and pick up the trophy.
58. $174.
Suggestion here from Sam Golden. What about an MSS on tour? We'll talk about that in the next game because Duff is on the cusp of picking up a 4-1 victory if he can find double 16 for 13. Double 8 is found for Duff. It's a 4-1 victory against Van Velzen. Moves him on to 22 points. And Neil Duff, another victory as he looks forward to Saturday night action at the Super Series. Not really much to write home about for both players there, but Duff victorious. Next up, White v Cullerton.
Into the final round of Group A games we go then, and first to complete their campaign, White and Cullerton. These two will do further battle in Group B this week, so they'll both want the bragging rights going into that, and of course this will determine who finishes second and third in the league standings. Let's get straight back into the action then and hand back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. So here we go, the final round of Group A kicks off with White against Cullerton, and well, these two are going to meet in Group B over the course of Thursday and Friday, respectively. So they'll want to get the one up on each other to give themselves that little bit of a head-to-head bonus going into those particular battles in the evening session. That's a 10 o'clock start on Sporty Stuff TV and the YouTube channel of the MODUS Super Series. And remember, Group C beginning at the slightly later time these days of 1 o'clock here on the MSS YouTube channel before joining our friends on Sporty Stuff TV from 3 o'clock.
Game on.
Oh, they went 6-5. Stuart White, 8-13. Niall Cullerton. Thoughts?
It's a weird one at this point, isn't it? Because I just think any outcome's possible, and the way Stuart White's played the last couple of games, that 6-5 could represent a little bit of value when you compare and contrast the fortunes of both of these players.
140.
Agreed. Not to steal my good pal's line of one of my favourite features on this day, but we were talking about the Premier League, the finals being Thursday night, of course, on this day 13 years ago. When
60.
Phil hit the 2 9-darters in one match, where he defeated James Wade, and it was only by the odd leg, wasn't it? Or was it
60.
Basically, the 2 9-darters
the
won
2
it,
9?
didn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. That was the difference at the end of the match.
A bit of an equipment change here
60.
for Niall, do you think?
Georgia
We've got the
War
blue ones now. I
140.
think we've seen every colour from him.
It's gone all Eiffel 65. Blue dubba dee dubba die. Dubba dee dubba die.
I'll have to
100.
take your word for that.
Spring loaded. Thems and flights for
55.
Cullerton. Now, we've
Georgia
seen him
War
use this setup
40.
before here at the Super Series.
Game on the first
Seen
leg.
Stuart White do that
Stuart
before
White.
the Super Series. 13 dart to start. 1-0.
So the stems
Second
are
leg Niall to
spring-loaded.
throw first. Game on.
Okay. Let's have a...
We've been reliably informed.
123.
Had a tweet
120.
earlier on about possibly an MSS tour. We could have the MSS tour bus. Couldn't we be like one of those rock bands?
45.
The rock and roll lifestyle.
Spending more money, I see. Well done. Good effort.
Where would you like to go on tour, Mace?
Home would be nice.
190.
You're already at home, aren't you? You're sat
Yeah,
here.
well, exactly, yeah. I don't know how we quite
60.
do it. I don't think how we'd take it on tour, but
You know what I'll do? Come here. Watch us. Saturday night. Scan the QR code.
26.
And every single week up until the 5th of August, when is our Champions Week finals night, is available. So plan your summer with darts down on the south
95.
coast. The beautiful sunny south coast here in Portsmouth.
if you don't have the ability to use that, head over to
96.
www.dartshop.tv, and not only can you book tickets for it here on a Saturday night, you can also see if you have a mooch around on there.
84.
Loads of exhibitions
Georgia
coming
War
up with
78.
the likes of Gezi Price and MVG and Joe Cullen, Simon Whitlock, Barney, and also tickets for the
66.
upcoming
Now you require 94.
World Seniors Masters, where our Group A winner will also be taking part alongside myself and Trina Gulliver, who arrives here tomorrow,
27.
the
Georgia
24th and
12.
25th of June at the Westlands in Yeovil.
Games on the second leg.
2-0.
Stuart White.
Done in 30 darts. 100.2 average for Stuart White. Looking to finish his Group A campaign on a
Alex
high. And what it would
Stewart
do
to
as well, it gives you that
Throwford.
slight psychological
Game on.
advantage going into your meetings with Niall on Thursday and Friday respectively. And that's 6-5. Well, that's looking a little bit prettier now, isn't it?
Sure it is. I thought it was a little big. Although we've seen this from
83.
Stuart on many occasions. Sometimes just lose his way in the middle of a match. If he continues in this
80.
vein of form, he will do a bit of a job on Cullerton here.
$96. $81.
We get to see Stuart really sort of dominate and beat any of the players 4-0. That's another example of
140.
just losing his way slightly, but not losing his way in this third leg at the moment.
140.
Well, it's the best we've seen from him throughout the course of the week, averaging 101.62. Couple of maxes. For a minute, For a minute, I
430.
thought he was going to do what he did in his last game. Hit a Matt to leave double one. Alan Wayne Mardle against Kirk Shepherd.
50. Stuart
I'm not sure you want
52.
reminding of that.
Double 16 for a 3-0 lead. Eights is not great for
44.
Stuart White.
Now they require 150.
Is he going to be the ultimate showman? The ultimate throwman? He did! He went for bull, bull, bull!
Great call from our spotter.
110. Stuart require 8. No score.
But what Cullerton has done is tee up top, so he's going to get a go because White has strayed the other side into the double
James on the
13.
third leg,
Cullerton comes
Niall
back,
Cullerton.
nails the tops, and reduces the deficit in half to 2-1. Break a
Fourth leg,
throw.
Niall to throw
So-
first.
We're kind of back
Game
to
on.
where we were at the beginning.
$140.
A third.
180.
A cry of 180 from Danny McNamara.
140.
The iconic call. But we're not going to see an iconic leg here.
96. $100. $50. Now you require 121.
So 6 darts from 1-2-1 for Cullerton to level this game up at 2 apiece.
81.
Tops after 12. And, well, he's made a bit of a move, Cullerton, following a little bit of a struggle in the first couple of legs.
93. Now you require 40.
They're kind of meeting halfway.
Games on the
And
fourth
at the
leg,
halfway,
Niall Cullerton.
they can't be prized apart at 2 apiece.
Yeah, really nice leg from Niall.
Fifth leg
13 dart
Stuart
hold.
to throw first.
As you said.
Game on.
A game of 2 halves. Stuart White still maintaining a good average,
81.
95 and a half.
Mind at 2 more games after this one.
125.
And then we will conclude Group A. Move on to Group C and B. And then remember, Saturday night is finals night
58.
where someone's going to join Danny Lauby and Reece Robinson in Series 4 Champions Week.
100.
Already got 2 continents in Champions Week. Could have 3 if Jeremy Fagg goes on and picks up the trophy on Saturday night.
121. $140.
Fifth 140 for Niall Cullerton leaves himself on 136 after 9. White looking for a couple of trebles of his own. And a couple of trebles he finds.
Now you require 136.
Now, I've already seen Stuart take out this 136. Is Niall Cullerton going to reverse the favour? No, is the answer on this particular occasion. So it's going to be a
58.
case of darting 101 for Stuart White. Still on. 96 left. Treble to left, double 18.
45. Now you require 78.
Well, from 2-0 down and to turn this game on its head.
66.
But he can't complete the tungsten turnaround, and so Stuart White, 56, to edge his nose back in front.
Games on the fifth leg.
Pins
Stuart
tops.
White.
Back in front. 17 dart hold.
6-leg Nile to throw first. Game
17 maybe going under.
on. 55.
3. Yeah, we're about to have a fourth.
100. 100. 43. 24. 58. 81.
Well, on 40 here. I'd give him control of leg and match.
140.
Can he seal the deal with a big finish? Does Noah Cullerton have other ideas? He responds well.
140. Georgia War
A sixth
160.
140.
Not to be, and so Cullerton 101 to send us all the way. And you wouldn't put it past him.
84.
Not at
Georgia
all.
War 101.
Triple 19. Would have given him a dart at double 12. So Stuart White back
69.
for 76 to seal the
Georgia
deal.
War 76.
Should get at least one dart at a double to win it 4-2. Got to make sure the single gets it tops.
56. Nadia War 32.
To take us to leg 7.
Game
Double
on the
16 is
six-leg
bound for
Nile
Cullerton, and we're going to go the distance. It's an all the best. And it has
Seventh
been
and
a
final leg,
top
Stuart
quality
to
tucked and
throw
tussle.
first.
The average is 91.45 for
Game
Stuart
on.
White, 88.42 for Niall Cullerton. In terms of the doubles, 3 from 10 for Stuart White and 3 from 5 as far as Cullerton's concerned.
Yeah, that 30% on doubles makes the
134.
90-plus average even more impressive.
140.
Both landing haymaker blows at the beginning of this deciding leg. Ton 3-4, ton 40. And is this the
28.
blink from Stuart White that could be so costly and open up the door for Cullerton?
81. 59.
Stolen the darts. And how?
140.
Well, White needs one of his own.
That's an 8th 140 in that column. 8-3 in favour of Cullerton.
60.
So then 6
Niall
for
War
the match for Niall
140.
Cullerton from 140. He may do it in 3. He's loved a 140 in this game, but he can't finish with 1.
100.
Lays up the ton to leave tops after 12 and to get it done in some style.
On from being completely out of the match in the previous leg. So
60.
now, 3 darts in hand.
Nadia
to win it.
War 40.
And join Stuart on 18 points.
30.
But it doesn't go.
Stuart
And look what
War
Stuart's left again. How many times has he
160.
left himself on 160 today? Is he going to finally notch it? Tops! And that would have been to have won it in some style.
Nadia War
And almost
10.
fitting. Work to do for Niall. Not the nicest double in the world, but
Shot
straight
and a
at it,
match,
finds
Niall
it.
Cullerton.
A 16-dart breaker throw. Came from 3-2 behind to win it. 4-3, 89-23 for Niall, 89-65 for Stuart White. 12 140s in the match. 3 180s for Stuart White, but those players sign off and sign in to Group B tomorrow night. Up next, Marvin van Velzen up against Adam Hunt.
Marvin van Velzen and Adam Hunt next to complete their Group A campaigns. The head-to-head this week is currently 1 apiece, and both encounters so far have gone to deciders. To see whether this match follows suit, let's return to Chris Mason and Henry Deacon.
Thanks, Abby. Yep, penultimate match of this Group A. And here's Marvin up against Adam Hunt. And these two will be facing off tomorrow afternoon in Group C.
So the bookmakers have Marvin van Velzen as a heavy outsider at 11-4, Adam Hunt 1-4. But actually, if you compare the form guides as far as today's concerned, well, that 11-4 could actually, especially when you consider the circumstances around this final game, could represent a little bit of value.
Well, yeah, complete dead rubber.
Like Marvin to throw first.
Complete
Game on.
for the integrity of the Super Series and their own pride.
85.
And there was a point at the beginning of the day where we thought Adam could potentially threaten that Group B
43.
spot. He was playing some good stuff towards the latter end of yesterday. It started off okay today.
60.
1.6 the average, and it just dovetailed from there, and it never really quite materialised for him. So he's looking to find a confidence boosting and a morale boosting
100.
performance here to go into tomorrow's action with.
42. $83.
Played in penultimate game on Monday afternoon, and it was
125.
Adam who just shaded it 4-3, and Marvin just shaded it 4-3 in the return match yesterday. So I agree, the
105.
11-4 might be a little big in the context of results and performances.
59. Adam require 170.
The fish. Well, this is the big fish. Marvin wants a little fish. We might get a cardboard box as well.
134. Marvin, you require 130.
The bull.
105.
Red
Adam, you
for-
require 36.
Double 18. Nines for the break.
18.
But that is three
you
darts,
require
missed a double for
25.
Adam Hunt, and so Van Velzen returns, coming back for 25. 17 double 4 was the split. Now twos.
23.
Well,
Adam,
that
you
was
require
ferocious,
18.
that last dart.
Yeah, there may be a little issue with technique on that occasion.
10. Marvin, you require 2.
Marvin's in the madhouse. He'll find himself in the doghouse if he loses this leg.
No score.
Wow.
Adam, you require 8. No score.
Well, this is crazy now.
Marvin, you require
Absolutely
2.
crazy. And
No
still
score.
we go on in this opening
Adam, you
leg.
require 8.
Fours for Adam Hunt.
Game on the first leg.
For the
Adam
break.
Hunt.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but
Second
it's a leg
Adam
one.
to
Simple as that.
Throw Game on. $54. $58.
Max or Adam?
190.
It's lifted his average up a fair bit.
95.
I mean, these must be difficult scenarios because they've all had, both these players have had their
100.
trials and tribulations over the course of the last few days, and
100. Adam,
they're going to fulfill the fixtures for the sake of the competition and that. But these are difficult games to play for players. There's nothing lying on the
78.
end result.
But if you're a dart player, you just love playing darts. That's it. What you do. It's what you want to do.
78. Adam, you require
It's a game in front of the
89.
cameras. That's the way they've got to look at it.
$29. Marvin, you require 170. $139. Adam, you require 60.
Tens.
50.
Not a friend.
Marvin, you require 31.
And so Marvin's back for 31. Choices, choices, choices.
$19. Adam, you require 10.
For 2 now. Just putting one out there with that dart.
No score. Marvin, you require 12. $9. Adam, you require 10.
Fives. Is that a nice lie?
5. Marvin, you require 3.
Well, these are one of those games where both players now just want to get this done.
I just want them to get
No
it done.
score. Adam, you require 5.
Twos.
Games on the second leg, Adam Hunt.
Eventually finds the double.
Third
180 in the
Marvin
leg as
to
well.
Throfers. Game on.
15 darts missed at a double for Adam Hunt. 16 for Marvin.
85.
That's 2 legs worth of darts missed at double.
Comfortably.
190.
This is a crazy sport.
You can hit 180s. The treble 20 is smaller than a double.
59.
I was going to say this would have been the most ironic 9 darter in the history of the sport if that went in.
85. 58.
And look, in these types of games, it just takes for someone to say, look, I've had enough of this. Let's just find something
52.
that gets this finished.
$99.
Adam has been the one, it's become apparent, has been able to raise the game in the scoring stakes at least. Max to leave double 2.
180.
Not for the first time we've seen that today.
The max or the double 2?
The max to leave a
27.
double.
Adam require 4. Games on the third leg, Adam Hunt.
Well, I was going to say maybe you bust it, but you know what? No, just go for the madhouse. Get the madhouse. Lead 3-0.
To throw
Well, that was a 15 dart leg.
Slightly the best leg of the match so far, that one.
100. $68. $134.
Well, you've got to give credit to Adam here.
96.
We all know that this has been a struggle for both players, but he's the one who's trying to make that bit of a push, and full credit to him.
59.
Potentially
59.
2 turns away from a 4-0 win.
$97.
Well, I've already seen Neil Duff win a game today with a 111. Is Adam going to follow suit?
44. Adam, you require 111.
Aye.
Not now.
That was a case of aye. Where did that land? So 49 remaining.
79.
A double 16 to get the job done.
89. Adam, you require 32.
Well, after getting through the first couple of legs, Adam Hunt has got over the line to win 4-0 against Marvin van Velzen. It's the end of both players' Group A campaigns, and after the break we'll conclude the group with Bradley Rose and Neil Duff.
Time for our final Group A match of the week then, and closing out the campaign is our group winner, Neil Duff. We'll be seeing him on Saturday evening after a really consistent 3 days of play. As for Bradley Roos, Group C awaits him. 2 wins under his belt today, and the 2 he's lost have been in deciders, so proof that he has been far more competitive throughout today's play. A much more positive approach to guide you through all the action in this one then. Let's return to Henry and Mace.
Thank you, Abby. So, here we go. The last game of Group A, and it sees the winner of it, Neil Duff, in action. And he'll be hoping to close out his campaign with a win because, well, he wants to send out a statement to the field ahead of Saturday night's final. They say in life there's 2 impressions you need to have, a good first and a good last. And he'll be hoping that it'll be a good lasting one as he takes a couple of days off before Saturday night's finale here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Who said that?
First leg, Bradley to throw first.
Making an impression.
Game on.
Some wise man somewhere.
I know.
$99.
You always make a good impression, Mace.
Well, an impression. Not sure. Not going to go down the route whether it's good or bad. But the impression the odds compilers had on this one: 2 to 5 Duff, 7 to 4 young Bradley.
140. $59.
Bradley did pick up a win over Neil on Monday. One of the
56.
2 wins that he picked up on the opening day.
$38.
Defeated Neil 4-3. A 180 in that particular game and a 103 checkout.
56.
Revenge was quick yesterday. 4-2 with a 92.52 and a couple of 180s and a 116 out for Neil Duff.
58. Bradley require 150.
Now, are you, Bradley, going to be a little bit devilish or are you going to be conventional? Conventional is the answer. He may take this out. Double 15 for 150.
Bradley Rose.
Wonderful from Rose.
That's the way to hold throw. 150
Second
out.
leg, Neil
15
to throw
darter.
first. Game on.
Super stuff. Looking to get some confidence going into Thursday's Group C. That's the way to do it.
77. $80.
Now, I said those setting the players a task of hitting a 9 darter this week.
Well, we were 4 deep until you mentioned it.
140.
Well done.
I'm getting used to this commentary, Lark.
60.
Remember, Henry, they're only on a 9 and they need a double.
140.
Some leg of darts this from Neil Duff. 44 after 9.
180. Neil require 44.
Beautiful guide, that.
4.
Oh, is that? Yeah, he's given that a second look. It actually caught the barrel and it's managed to deflect up.
He's going to come back with Rose back on 181.
53. Neil, you require
Level this game
40.
up at 1 apiece. Fives.
Game shot.
1-1.
Leg. Neil
Doesn't
does.
mind it up there.
Third leg, Bradley to throw first.
Legs being
Game on.
completed in 15.
Representative of a good standard.
140.
180 from Rose and a 177 so far from Duff.
85. $100. $134.
Needed that just to somehow stay in touch.
59.
I would crave a 140 here.
100.
Tom means that Rose has got 6 from this particular point.
$140.
And then attacked it. 62 then after 12 for a 2-1 lead. Duff can only set up from this particular juncture.
100. Bradley requires 62.
52 left. 32 left.
30.
And still 32 left.
Bradley require 82.
Well, the 5-visit theme can continue. If Duff finds a 17 and tops.
42.
Not to
Bradley
be, so Bradley
requires
Rose returns to
32.
32. 8s. 2-1 to the Dutchman.
Bradley Rose.
Bradley Rose, who's putting in one of his best performances of the week so far. 93.75 average. That 150 checkout in the opening leg. Leads Neil Duff by 2 legs to 1.
60.
Who has missed 5 darts. A double so far in this game.
59. 80. 60. 55.
Not quite happening for Neil Duff right now. 60, 80, 55 is
44.
3 visits in the scoring phase so far of this 4th leg. Trouble 20 leaves
96. 60. 100.
It's awkward. Yeah, has to run for cover. It's going to leave a finish. And what a way to leave a finish. At 174 to leave 104.
50. Bradley require 104.
Going to get 2, 7, 8 in 6. Shots on.
It is double 16. That's an excellent finish on Bradley Rose. It's his second on top of the game on the back of a 150 in the opening leg. And he leads Neil Duff in his final game of the session by 3 legs to 1.
Throw first. Game on.
Super end to the leg. On 7-4, followed by a 104 out.
100.
More glimpses of the undoubted talent that he possesses.
You just wonder whether that
60.
mindset of new group, 0 points, that'll help him out going into tomorrow and Friday. Everybody's in the same boat now in Group C. Don't let what's happened in Group A
80.
carry over into this new group tomorrow and Friday morning. Or shall I say afternoon these days.
140.
Thankfully.
No Friday morning red eye.
100.
Buy ourselves an extra couple of hours in bed.
60.
Bradley Rose closing in on victory here against the reigning WDF World Champion. It's a battle of the reigning WDF Men's World Champion and the WDF Boys World Champion, this between
64.
Rose and Duff. Rose beating Charlie Large to win that title last April. Duff defeating Thibaut Tricot.
140. Bradley requires
In the last set decider. This to seal the last leg for Bradley Rose. The 157 isn't going to go. And so it's going to be a case of darting 101 for Neil Duff to peg it back to
95.
3-2 and to accrue a breaker throw. And he goes for 19s first.
61. Bradley
He's himself on tops
62.
if he returns, because Bradley Rose should from here get a data double for the match. He's going to get 2. A double 16 to complete the job and complete a 4-1 victory against Neil Duff to complete the Group A proceedings here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Neil Duff is going to participate in Saturday night's finals as a group winner, but it's Bradley Rose who wins the final rubber of Group A. So that is that as far as Group A is concerned at the Super Series. Let's get the reaction of Chris Mason now up on the balcony with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. A third 4-1 victory for Roos today. And I did say prior to that game, the 2 that he'd lost were in last leg deciders. So some real signs of improvement from him today.
Yeah, that was probably the most complete performance we've seen from him so far in this Group A. And yeah, it started off nicely, a lovely 150, some clinical finishing, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. And that was the difference. When he was given opportunities, he was taking them instead of chasing them around the board.
Yeah, and getting the better of the player, of course, who is through to finals night. Confirmation of that when we look at the league standings. A really sublime display from Neil Duff throughout the course of the 3 days.
Yeah, dropping just 4 matches throughout the course of 3 days. 2 of them, ironically, against Bradley. But yeah, a nice performance, only dropping the 4 games, 22 points. All in all, the best player for me, and certainly the most consistent.
Yeah, most definitely. Adam Hunt there, as you can see, it's a Group C campaign that awaits him. Finished on 14 points in the end. What do you think the main things that he needs to work on going into Thursday and Friday will be? Because he won Group A the last time we saw him here.
I think it's just a bit of consistency, isn't it? He sort of, you see flashes of it from him, and then he just can't sustain that level of play, and then will go missing, and then he'll come back. But I think a fair few of the players have been guilty that Stuart White at times looks like some player, and then he'll sort of go missing in the middle of matches and then regroup and goes again.
Yeah, and if Adam Hunt can find that level that has, of course, seen him win Dev Tour titles, that has seen him make the semi-finals on this very stage previously, then Group C is going to be incredibly mouth-watering, because when we have a look at the players who are coming into this Group C campaign, just look at some of those names. Conan Whitehead will certainly fancy his chances, won't he? Because he recently picked up a title, of course, on the Challenge Tour as well. Didn't go his way in the Players' Championship events at the weekend. But when he looks at that and the form that the likes of Bradley Roos and Adam Hunt are in, Conan Whitehead will fancy his chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's fairly dominant as well in the Vault Series in his area, competing in the ADC, and he's putting in some good numbers. So he's coming into this on the back of some good form, played on the weekend, of course, on the Pro Tour. Yeah, he's my favourite for that, Conan Whitehead. But as we've seen before, players can sort of have an indifferent Group A and then bounce back well.
Have to mention Trina Gulliver as well, your opponent in a few weeks' time. Excited to see her. She has, of course, made 2 semi-finals on the Women's Series so far this year. Got a good victory over Mikuru Suzuki and Milton Keynes during the last weekend. Excited to eye up your opposition?
I'm not sure. It's one of those. I may watch it through a gap in my fingers, because yeah. No, listen, I want her to play well. She's an absolute great at the game, and a good friend of mine, someone I've known for decades, and yeah, it's good to see her playing and playing well. Like you said, a couple of good runs on the Women's Series recently.
Yeah, and when you look at Group B, another one of your good pals in there, Andy Jenkins. What are you expecting from him? Of course, a late replacement last weekend as well, so got a bit of game time on that stage then.
Yeah, and he'd have had time to prepare for this week. Would have known he was playing this week, and you never quite know what you're going to get with Jenks. As we've seen from time to time, he's still got plenty of talent in the locker. Matt Dennant played very well recently as well. Johnny Haynes, we always pretty much know what we're going to get from him. He's fast and furious, and he's got form of doing well here.
He has indeed. Right, we will be back, of course, from 1 p.m. tomorrow for the start of Group C. We cannot wait to get that one underway, so join us then.